Live from Spectrum Field in Clearwater, Florida, it's day 2 of the American Athletic Conference Baseball Championships. We got an elimination game for you this morning as the Memphis Tigers take on the Cincinnati Bearcats. And a good morning to you. I'm Jeff Sharon along with Garrett Woolvard. And Garrett, the Cincinnati Bearcats, the news yesterday, their head coach, Ty Neal, resigns after their loss against UConn. So that's some big news for the Bearcats as they head into an elimination game against the Tigers. But fortunately for Cincinnati, they have a guy in R.J. Thompson. When you have him in the lineup, he's a pretty solid guy to have backing you up.
Thompson, an all-conference performer out of center field, got on base, scored a run yesterday, but is still looking for his first hit in this tournament. He'll try and jumpstart the Bearcats' offense that scored 3 runs on 7 hits against UConn in the opener.
On the other side of the ledger, Memphis was 5 outs away from beating the conference co-champions Houston yesterday. Chris Carrier, all first-team all-conference, he's a guy who Memphis is going to have to rely on if they want to get off the schneid.
Well, you see him getting into one here, a home run yesterday. Last season, he hit .353 in Clearwater, back up to his old tricks. Yesterday, 2 for 4 with the homer and 2 runs scored. He's a tremendous talent, Jeff, one of the most accomplished players in this tournament. We'll see how effective he can be against the senior right-hander for Cincinnati, Andrew Zellner.
Zellner will be opposed by Colton Hathcock, the junior for Memphis. Starting lineups and more on the pitchers coming up next here on the American Digital Network.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
Day 2 of the American Athletic Conference baseball tournament. It's Memphis and Cincinnati getting ready to go. Jeff Sharon, Garrett Wilbert with you. And here's a look at the Cincinnati starting lineup, Garrett.
R.J. Thompson, all-conference performer, leading everything off. Ryan Noda, the leading home run performer. Top of the lineup is very heavy with offense. Let's see if they can be consistent 1 through 9 and get a win today in this elimination game.
R.J. Thompson leading off for the Bearcats. Takes the first pitch from Colton Hathcock, the starter for Memphis. And the count 1-0 for Memphis. Colton Hathcock out there on the hill as this one's chopped up the middle. Fielding and throwing on from short is Alec Trella, 1 down. So let's take a look at Colton Hathcock, the junior right-hander for Memphis. 3-4 on the year, 2.72 earned run average, Garrett.
Pretty good size, too. 6'2", 217. He's typically their closer. 11 saves in 2017. He'll be making his 4th start of the season, again, in a game that means everything for both these two teams.
And he will face Ryan Noda, the junior, hitting .238. Another all-conference selection for the Bearcats. Set the defense for you for the Tigers in just a little bit. That one misses low. Both these teams coming off of losses yesterday, so this is an elimination game. Count 2-0 with 1 out. Cincinnati lost to UConn yesterday 12-3. Gave up 8 runs. 4 in the 7th, 4 in the 8th. To fall to the Huskies. 2-1 now the count. Correct. Noted .238 on the year, swings and misses, and the count now square at 2-2. Despite the relatively low average, 9 homers, 30 runs batted in. And that one just barely got a piece of it, and Noda stays alive.
Really good on-base percentage for Noda, a guy that leads the team in home runs. He also has 31 walks. Both those lead the squad. He's also been hit by a pitch 11 times. So the left-hander up there finds a way to get on and makes a difference for Cincinnati.
From Grant High School in Vola, Illinois. 2-2 from Hathcock. That misses on the outside corner, and the count runs full. So one of the storylines we'll be watching today will be the weather. You can see in the upper right-hand portion of your screen how those flags are blowing out towards left. We are expecting rain later today as that one is fouled back. And that's the reason why this game was moved up from the original schedule. We played 4 games here at Spectrum Field in Clearwater yesterday, with the impending weather coming here to Clearwater this afternoon and into the evening. Payoff pitch. Cut on and miss, strike 3, first strikeout for Colton Hathcock.
Look how sharp Hathcock is here. 54 Ks on the season, make it 55. That one almost unhittable.
And that'll bring up Connor McVeigh, the third baseman. McVeigh hitting .278 on the season. 1 for 4. Mercer, a freshman, hitting .263. And he takes a strike from Colton Hathcock. Back to what we were talking about with Ted Tom, the interim head coach for the Bearcats. He graduated from Shawnee State in 2004. He's from Lancaster, Ohio. Joined Cincinnati as the director of baseball operations in 2015. Got promoted to assistant coach. No pitch. And now here he is as the interim head coach.
You know, I think as the season has come to an end and they made the change, you're looking at contemporary, the youngest coaching staff in the country right here, with Ted Tom, who graduated college in 04, and John LeCalf, who graduated Miami, Ohio in 03. They're both assistants. Volunteer coach Dustin Kaufman graduated college in 09.
This one is fouled down the left field line.
So the oldest guys in the dugout are presumably early 30s.
Right.
No older than 35.
Though, to be fair, Ted Tom does have quite a bit of head coaching experience. When he was at Shawnee State, he had 4 30-win seasons out of 5 years at the helm.
I actually heard he's the winningest coach all time there.
Yeah, he's like D2 NAIA. About 2/3 of the way down the Ohio River from Cincinnati toward Huntington, West Virginia. On the Ohio side of the line. 0-2, foul back.
You know, as a fan, you can make your own conclusions about why Ty Neal didn't make the trip down here with the team. I think maybe he wanted them to get a fresh start. You know, they hadn't won a game in Clearwater in the last 2 seasons. They didn't make it for the 2014 tournament, the first year of the American. Maybe the coaching staff has a chance to spur them on to something great here. It all starts with this game.
And it would be quite the story indeed, as Cincinnati is looking for their first American Athletic Conference tournament victory in school history. Last time they won a conference tournament game was 2008. That was when Brian Cleary was at the helm of the Bearcats.
They made the tournament title here in Clearwater.
0-2, runner goes. That one misses, throw down to second, not in time. And a stolen base for Connor McVeigh. That's number 14 on the season in 18 attempts. Got a good jump here too, didn't he, Garrett?
Finished a little bit high on the throw down by Santana, but it was all about the jump, and I think stolen base number 14 was a formality.
Mercer facing a 1-2. And this is grounded left side underneath the glove of Zach Schreitenthal and through for a hit. Here comes the runner around third. Here's the throw. It's offline, and Cincinnati takes an early 1-0 lead on an RBI single by Jace Mercer.
Great piece of hitting, went the opposite direction with it, and then they forced Colton Neal to make a throw. He decides he can't get it up the line in time, and Cincinnati takes the early lead. Outside part of the plate and just shoots it through the gap between shortstop and third. They're waving him around the whole way, and the big man will come through and score and get him on the board.
And Neal in left fielder, also a pitcher on occasion for Memphis, but that one was way out of the strike zone, and now a runner remains in scoring position. With Eric Santiago, the left fielder, now up. Santiago .235 on the season. Freshman making his 50th appearance of the year.
Pretty impressive.
He's got 1 homer, 27 runs batted in. We talk about Mercer standing there over at second. He's got pretty good speed. 1-0 the count. Yeah, that one's in there for a strike.
Santiago got a hit in his first American tournament at bat yesterday and then struck out 3 in a row to close out the game against Connecticut.
Got an RBI chance here against Colton Hathcock, the Atoka, Tennessee native. That one's fouled off. Hathcock, like you said, Garrett, big kid out there, 6'2", 217. He's a junior. He went to Brighton High School.
A little out of the ordinary that he gave up the early run. In 43 innings pitched coming in, he'd given up just 13 earned scores.
And this one is grounded again left side, but Schreitenthal has this one, throws on in time, and that ends the inning. But Cincinnati scratches the first run of the game across in the top of the first. 1-0 Bearcats leading Memphis in this elimination game here in Clearwater. It's the American Digital Network.
For every hero, there is an origin story, an experience that made them who they are. For a new generation of explorers, pioneers, and innovators, that experience is calling, offering a different kind of education, one guided by distinguished professors who understand experience as the best teacher. Greatness lies beyond the classroom. This is where you start. University of Cincinnati. Do more.
In a city known for doing things our way, there's a university that's driven to do the same, to blur the outdated line between academic pursuits and active ones, not just to learn, but to experience, to create, solve, build, to explore and express. to lead. Because an education isn't something you get. It's something you do.
Hope you got your coffee with us this morning as we check out some American Athletic Conference baseball here in Clearwater, the championship tournament. Here is the starting lineup for the Memphis Tigers. Tyler Webb leading off, Brandon Grudzielanek in the number 2 spot, Garrett Wolvert. But this is a Memphis lineup that did their job yesterday despite the loss to Houston.
Well, I thought they looked very good at the plate. They were able to get guys on base, drew some walks. They pushed runs across. You see the big bat in the middle of the lineup, Chris Carrier, Trent Turner, Alec Trela, and Schreitenthal. All these guys who are veterans and have played in this tournament come through today and get again on base, drive themselves home.
And they will face Andrew Zellner, the senior starter for Cincinnati. 3-5 record, 5.29 ERA. But when he's on, he's really on.
He's really good, especially as the season has come to a close. Zellner has a win and a loss versus Memphis this year. That was the Bearcats' mirror opponent in the first matchup this year. Not quite as successful a start. He only went 3 innings and got shelled. 6 runs on 6 hits and 7 runs given up. Near the season end, he played at Memphis, got the start and the win. 6 innings, 3 hits, only 1 earned run. So last appearance against them, pretty masterful.
And he delivers a ball high to Tyler Webb, the center fielder for the Tigers, leading off the game. Webb comes in hitting .304, started all 50 games, 6 homers and 24 runs batted in. .6'1", 195 junior from Prosper, Texas. And he is ahead in the count 3-0 off the bat.
Webb drew a walk yesterday, but went 0 for 4 in the opener.
And he takes a strike on looking on 3-0. Mentioned Zellner. This is his 14th appearance. 63 innings pitched so far. And that one's in there for a strike, and the count now fills up at 3-2. Opponents hitting .244 against Zellner this year. We mentioned that familiarity breeds contempt. These two teams have faced each other 6 times. This one is lined foul left side. The road team in each of the 2 series between these two this year won 2 out of 3. Zellner started back on May the 6th at Memphis. As this one's hit high in the air towards right. Giving chase and making the catch is Mercer for Cincinnati, 1 down.
He'll trot back to the home field dugout on the third base side. So Zellner records a quick out to get started.
Take a look at the defensive alignment for Cincinnati. Santiago, Thompson, and Bumpus across the outfield. McVeigh, Rodriguez, Mercer, and Noda across the infield. Thomas, the catcher, and Zellner on the hill.
3 freshmen and a sophomore in the starting lineup today for Cincinnati. Lineup looks just about the same as yesterday's opener.
Brandon Grudzielanek stands in, the senior, 6 feet tall, 207 pounds. And he faces a 2-0 count. If his last name sounds familiar, it should. He's the nephew of Mark Grudzielanek, longtime major leaguer. Brandon this year, 273, 5 homers, and he gets plunked on that one. He will trot down to first.
Take a look at the pitch that came inside and high. I think he just lost control on the ball, not something he was doing intentionally. Zellner on the year has hit now 17 batters.
Yeah, it's always been a question for Cincinnati throughout the year which Andrew Zellner is going to show up. The one who showed up back on May the 6th against the Tigers got the victory in 6 innings, gave up 1 earned run on 3 hits and struck out 5, walked only 2 in a 13-6 Cincinnati victory. Chris Carrier now stands in. And he waves and misses at the first delivery. Senior hitting .321 on the season, 15 homers, 46 runs batted in. What a year he has had.
Opportunity with a man on base here.
And he hits and drives this one high in the air, deep to left field. Going back is Santiago, and that ball is gone into the bullpen. A 2-run homer for Chris Carrier, and Memphis jumps out in front 2-1. Home run number 16 on the year for the senior. And after giving up one in the top of the first, Memphis retakes the lead 2-1.
A pitch that came in at 89 miles an hour, and Carrier, taking advantage of the wind blowing hard through left field, just powers this one out. 6'3", 220 pounds, and he let Mother Nature do the rest. That one's off the umbrellas in the bullpen.
Boy, that wind was a factor, and we'll talk about the weather throughout this game as Trent Turner stands in with the bases empty and one away.
Just the 8th home run given up by Zellner all season long. Both teams gave up a free pass to get the game started, and it came around to burn them.
Now, right now, we're starting this game at 9 a.m. Eastern time, and that one is up and into Turner, and he is hit by the pitch. He will trot down to first. So we do have some severe weather that we're looking at here in the Gulf Coast of Florida, a few miles west of Tampa, here at the home of the Phillies.
Ooh, that one's right in the middle of his back, heading for his helmet.
Looked like it might have been the same pitch that hit Grudzielanek earlier, just got away from him.
So that's 2 hit batters in the last 3 at-bats.
Alec Trella, the shortstop, will step to the plate now. The freshman hitting .263. Trella was 0 for 4, struck out twice yesterday. And he takes a ball 1-0. And this one is chopped foul left side. The forecast today calls for heavy thunderstorms starting in the afternoon and through the night here in Clearwater. Weather is expected to be coming in off of the beach, which is parallel to the left field line. There you see the wind blowing out to left. No doubt that helped out that Carrier fly ball. Landed in the bullpen.
2nd home run of the tournament for Chris, both of them over the left field wall.
Two-1 to Trella. That's way inside. He has to duck away from it.
I don't know what Carrier likes about Clearwater so much. There's a lot to like, but last year hit .353 with some extra base hits, including a home run. Helped his team get to the semifinals.
Got a gorgeous diving catch, too, against USF in their game last year. Did he go around? No. And Trella trots down to first with a walk. First and second now with one out for Memphis. And Zach Schreitenthal stepping to the plate.
The Tigers have gotten their last 4 batters on, including that 2-run bomb by Carrier. Things are falling apart quickly for Zellner, and I see a pitcher coming down the steps in the pen. Can't believe they'd make the call that quick.
Yeah, here comes Ted Tom. Again, the interim head coach for Cincinnati, with the sudden resignation of Ty Neal following the UConn game. I mentioned Neal did not make the trip. The announcement was made yesterday following the 12-3 loss to UConn, citing personal reasons. And Ted Tom named the interim head coach. And we are seeing some action. That's Nathan Kroger, number 49, the righty from Loveland, Ohio. Looking like he's starting to get loose in the Cincinnati pen. 2-1 Memphis with the lead on a 2-run homer by Chris Carrier. And Zach Schreitenthal will step in with first and second and one out. Schreitenthal had an RBI against Houston yesterday in Memphis' 6-5 loss to the conference regular season co-champions. They led 5-2 with 5 outs to go. And then the bullpen came apart.
Take a closer look at this pitch on the outside part of the plate. Great job by the big man behind the plate, Joey Thomas, to glove that one.
Boy, that's a tough pitch to handle at that velocity, too. And that one's in there for a strike, and the count now 1-2. Zellner ahead.
Schreitenthal struggled a little bit in the 2 regular season matchups against Cincinnati. 2 for 11 in the first meeting, 2 for 12 in the first week of May.
And this one is grounded foul down the right side. Mentioned the good start that Zellner had against Memphis in May. In the first season, or the first series rather, earlier this season, March 31st, he took the loss against the Tigers. He went only 3 innings, gave up 7 runs, all earned on 6 hits, struck out 2. He's in a tough spot here with 1 out, first and second. 1-2 to Schreitenthal, fouled off. Four consecutive Tigers have reached base in this inning. Not the start you wanted if you're Andrew Zeller. And this one's chopped right side foul. Schreitenthal doing a good job of staying alive.
You know, the last thing you want as a starting pitcher after your offense struggled yesterday is for them to give you a lead and then immediately give it back up.
Right.
And I think Chris Carrier was playing the percentages. If I hit a ball high to left, Mother Nature might take care of the rest. And he powered that one out of here, but it certainly hit the wind stream as well. So kudos to him for putting his team on top.
We had 10 total home runs in 4 games yesterday here in Clearwater. And this one's through the right side for a base hit. Rounding third and coming in to score is Trent Turner, and Memphis extends their lead to 3-1 here in the first.
Big hit by the left-hander. Zach Schreitenthal pulled it through the right side, and he'll send Trent Turner coming in to score from second. Just no play on that one. They won't even make the throw. Turner's got the speed, and he's in to put his team up by 2 runs.
And now we have runners on the corners and still 1 out for Andy Bowman, the designated hitter. Bowman walked twice yesterday, 1 for 1 at the plate. So he reached base 3 times. Zellner's first delivery gets away. Here comes the runner in from third, and it's 4-1 Memphis. Trella scores. Schreitenthal advances to second.
Everything falling apart for Zellner right now.
Looks like he overthrew that one a little bit, too.
4 runs in the inning for Memphis, and Trella will come and stomp on home plate.
Still just 1 out. And that one catches the corner. You can hear the wind blowing in our microphones here at Spectrum Field, and the clouds starting to get a little darker. This one's grounded over toward the right side. Fielding is Mercer. And the throw on in time. Runner advances to third, 2 down. Jason Santana will step to the plate now for Memphis.
2 outs in the inning now on that little easy play on the right side of the infield. You mentioned Nathan Kroger warming up in the pen. If Zellner doesn't get an out here and another run comes to score, we might see a change. He does have 4 starts on the year, but 14 appearances overall, so he's worked some long relief.
Right side, and a diving stop. Nice job by Mercer. Throws on in time to end the inning. A gorgeous web gem there, but the Memphis Tigers scratch across 4 in the bottom of the first. They lead Cincinnati 4-1 in this elimination game. This is the American Digital Network.
For every hero, there is an origin story. An experience that made them who they are. For a new generation of explorers, pioneers, and innovators, that experience is calling. Offering a different kind of education, one guided by distinguished professors who understand experience is the best teacher. Greatness lies beyond the classroom. This is where you start. University of Cincinnati. Do more.
In a city known for doing things our way, there's a university that's driven to do the same, to blur the outdated line between academic pursuits and active ones. Not just to learn, but to experience, to create, solve, build, to explore and express, to lead. Because an education isn't something you get, it's something you do.
Well, the Memphis folks have to be pleased about this. 4 runs in the bottom of the first, and they lead Cincinnati 4-1 here in this elimination game.
Tiger fans making the trip down. Hey, it's only 800 miles.
Yeah, not a bad drive.
Pack up the Winnebago or just hop on a quick flight down to the Tampa Bay area. Come cheer your Tigers on.
Weather's been holding up so far this morning, but it's been blowing out to left field here at Spectrum Field in Clearwater. Spring home of the Philadelphia Phillies. Colton Hathcock on the hill for Memphis, heading into his second inning of work, facing 6, 7, and 8 in the Cincinnati order. And A.J. Bumpus. And he takes the ball outside. Bumpus 284. I beg your pardon, Garrett.
He's a sophomore, and you could argue he had the best day for Cincinnati at the plate yesterday. 2 singles and an RBI.
Swings at this one and lines it to center. And kneeling down to make that catch is Webb, 1 down. Hit that one right on the screws, but right at Webb in center.
Wind kind of knocked it down a little bit. Eventually coming in and make the catch on his knees for Memphis is Webb. But that's the first out of the inning.
That could not have been easy because you can tell how the wind is blowing right toward that foul pole. And it looked like it was diving away from him. And you can see now with our camera shaking in center field how strong that wind really is. Here's Joey Thomas. 260 hitter is the Cincinnati catcher.
Well, throughout this tournament, the wind is predominantly blown out through center and left, kind of headed out towards that area north of us. And the players in the field have done a good job of, let this pitch come by, of adjusting to the wind. If you're in the field and the wind continues to push everything out to left, they kind of shade off to their right a little bit, just expecting the ball to have to play a little havoc with it.
And to give you an idea of what the weather has done to the schedule of this tournament so far, we played 4 games yesterday. Initially, we were scheduled for 2. This game, between the losers of the first 2 games, was originally scheduled for tomorrow morning. But because everything got moved up, we're expecting some pretty bad rain here in Clearwater later today. And here we are with a 9 a.m. Eastern start. That one's cut on and missed. Strike 3. Strikeout number 2 for Colton Hathcock.
Boy, that ball just fell off the table, didn't it? Nice job with the breaking pitch. That'll send him back to the dugout. 2 outs.
Luke Torino, the DH, steps in. 0 for 3 yesterday with 2 strikeouts. Another freshman in this lineup, hitting 180 on the year. Making his 15th start of the season is Torino. He's from Toronto, Ontario. And Hathcock quickly ahead 0-2. Trying to get his first 1-2-3 inning of the day here, and cut on and missed, strike 3. That's strikeout number 3 for Colton Hathcock, who has settled down in his second inning of work. 1-2-3, go the Bearcats in the top of the second. 4-1 your score here in Clearwater.
For every hero, there is an origin story. An experience that made them who they are. For a new generation of explorers, pioneers, and innovators, that experience is calling, offering a different kind of education, one guided by distinguished professors who understand experience is the best teacher. Greatness lies beyond the classroom. This is where you start. University of Cincinnati. Do more.
In a city known for doing things our way, There's a university that's driven to do the same, to blur the outdated line between academic pursuits and active ones. Not just to learn, but to experience, to create, solve, build, to explore and express, to lead. Because an education isn't something you get, it's something you do.
We go bottom two here in windy Clearwater. Memphis leading Cincinnati 4-1 in this elimination game in the American Athletic Conference Baseball Championship. So glad you could join us here on this early morning game. The Wednesday before Memorial Day. There you see the wind blowing out toward left. It helped out Chris Carrier, who had a 2-run homer in the first for Memphis. Tigers scratched across 4 total against Andrew Zellner. And Zellner back out there facing 9-1-2 in the Tiger lineup. Colton Neal, the left fielder, leading off the second. And quickly ahead 0-2. Neal 226 on the year. 1 homer, 18 runs batted in.
As a head coach, you never like to see 4 runs scored on only 2 hits. A couple of hit batters were the undoing for Zellner.
This is grounded right side. And fielding and throwing on is Mercer. He has had a hand in all 4 outs so far in this game for defensively for Cincinnati. 1 down.
You look at Zellner's numbers on the season now against Memphis. In 10 innings pitched, including the first inning of this game, he's given up 11 hits and 12 runs.
And it has been feast or famine for him throughout the year. Back to the top of the order for the Tigers, Tyler Webb, who popped out to second his first time, and he is plunked. That's the 3rd time a Memphis batter has been hit by a pitch. And Zellner continuing to scuffle here. Let's take a look at it again.
Again, I mean, that's just literally
that breaking
a
ball
mirror
in the inside corner. That's right.
He doesn't have the control of it. They continue to call it. And if he continues to hit batters, 2 things are going to happen. One, he's going to get yanked out of the game, but Memphis is going to know that he doesn't have control of that pitch. They'll continue to crowd the plate and get on base.
Brandon Grudzielanek fouls off that first delivery. Off of his head coach down the third base line, Darren Schoenrock. Grudzielanek was hit by a pitch his first time and later scored. There's Coach Schoenrock. One on, 1 out. Foul back. Grudzielanek, the senior, one of those senior leaders. He and Carrier have really been something this year. You got that 2, 3, and 4 in the Tiger order with Grudzielanek, Carrier, and Turner. Veteran leadership for this Tiger team. That one misses. Zellner kind of wasted that one. 1-2. Mentioned Grudzielanek from Prosper, Texas. Runner goes, throw down to second in plenty of time. And Webb is erased. 2 down.
Joey Thomas patrolling behind the plate yesterday with a couple of caught stealing. Here's another one, this time against Memphis. I didn't think the jump was that bad. Just a laser to second base. Perfect placement. You're out.
So Grudzielanek with the bases empty faces a 2-2. Looks at that one, and the count is now full. Mentioned Grudzielanek also from Prosper, Texas. Same hometown as Tyler Webb. Payoff pitch misses, ball 4. That's the second walk given up by Zellner. Now, we mentioned Chris Carrier with the 2-run homer back in the first. His first time up, and now he will step to the plate here with a runner on once again, and the wind continuing obviously to blow out toward left field. Chris now with 48 runs batted in on the season.
Look at Carrier right on top of the plate, forcing Zellner to abandon that breaking ball.
And this is lined to left center field. Looking up, and it is off the base of the wall. Grudzielanek around third. He's going to test the arm of the shortstop. He will score easily an RBI double for Chris Carrier. He's got 3 RBIs on the day in 2 innings of play, and it's 5-1 Memphis.
First pitch swinging for Chris Carrier, and he blasts his 15th double of the year right off the wall. This one bounces, not going to be able to get up to that one, and that'll score the run all the way from first base.
RBI number 49 on the year for Carrier. And out comes Ted Tom, the interim head coach of Cincinnati. He's going to go get the ball, it looks like, from Andrew Zellner.
Not the shortest start of the year for Zellner. He goes an inning and 2/3 today. Had a quick scratch against Tulane. He started against them April 7th, only threw 1/3 of an inning after giving up 5 runs. New pitcher coming into the ball game.
And we'll have the numbers on him in just a second. Memphis up 5-1 on Cincinnati here in the second inning of this elimination game on the American Digital Network.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
For every hero, there is an origin story. An experience that made them who they are. For a new generation of explorers, pioneers, and innovators, that experience is calling, offering a different kind of education, one guided by distinguished professors who understand experience is the best teacher. Greatness lies beyond the classroom. This is where you start. University of Cincinnati. Do more.
In a city known for doing things our way, there's a university that's driven to do the same, to blur the outdated line between academic pursuits and active ones. Not just to learn, but to experience, to create, solve, build, to explore and express, to lead. Because an education isn't something you get, it's something you do.
Well, the Memphis fans have to be happy about how this game has started out. They're up 5-1, and they've now broken through to the Cincinnati bullpen. Jeff Sharon, Garrett Woolvard with you here. And Garrett, the new pitcher for Cincinnati, Nathan Kroger, 3-1 with a 4.15 earned run average.
Another Cincinnati Bearcat with great size up on the hill, 6'3", 212 pounds. You look at the numbers on the year, 3-1, but the ERA is a touch high at 4.15. In 34 innings pitched, he's given up 39 hits, 20 runs, only 16 were earned. He struck out 14 and given up some power numbers, 4 doubles, 4 home runs. Let's see how effective he can be here today against Memphis's middle of the order.
This is his 11th relief appearance of the year. 2 of those have come against the Tigers. And he will deal with Trent Turner, the first baseman, who ropes the first pitch into left field for a base hit. Carrier races around third. He's going to come in to score. It's 6-1 Memphis. RBI single for Trent Turner.
A rude welcome into the ball game as Turner punishes this ball into shallow left center field. Chris Carrier will round third and score his 4th run of this tournament already here in game 2.
And Turner now with 42 runs batted in on the year. That's the 5th hit of the game for the Tigers. And Alec Trella, who walked his last time, will step to the plate. 2 out and a runner on first. This is popped up. Back behind home plate, dealing with a tough breeze, was Thomas, the catcher. He makes the catch to end the inning, but not before Memphis scratches 2 more across to lead 6-1 on Cincinnati after 2 full here in Clearwater. This is the American Athletic Conference Baseball Championship on the American Digital Network.
For every hero, there is an origin story. An experience that made them who they are. For a new generation of explorers, pioneers, and innovators, that experience is calling, offering a different kind of education, one guided by distinguished professors who understand experience is the best teacher. Greatness lies beyond the classroom. This is where you start. University of Cincinnati. Do more.
In a city known for doing things our way, there's a university that's driven to do the same, to blur the outdated line between academic pursuits and active ones. Not just to learn, but to experience, to create, solve, build, to explore and express, to lead. Because an education isn't something you get, it's something you do.
Jeff Sharon, Garrett Woolvard with you here from Clearwater in this elimination game. The Cincinnati Bearcats trailing Memphis 6-1. Things looking a little dank in the Cincinnati dugout. They're going to have to string a few hits together to get back into this one, Garrett.
They're going to have to do it inning after inning. Memphis playing with a lot of confidence right now, and Cincinnati just going to have to dig deep, find something to get them on the board.
9-1-2 due up here in the top of the third for the Bearcats, and Manny Rodriguez, the shortstop, facing Colton Hathcock in his third inning of work, and that one's tapped back. Rodriguez .250 on the year, making his 38th start. 1 homer, 13 runs batted in. He's got 6 doubles. And he hits this one in the air towards center. Webb underneath it for Memphis. 1 down.
That's 5 in a row sat down by Hathcock.
And we go back to the top of the order now. R.J. Thompson, who we highlighted at the top of the show.
Came into the tournament hitting just a point south of .350. Leading hitter on the team, leader in hits, doubles. Still looking for his first base knock here in the tournament in 2017.
And he takes a strike, 0-1. And did he go around? Yes, he did. Strike 2. Mentioned one of the keys to this game also, Garrett, was the fact that whoever gets to the bullpen first is going to have an advantage, because both of these bullpens really struggled yesterday in the first day of the tournament. That one gets away. It's low anyway, and the count now 1-2.
Thompson had a nice finish against Cincinnati's senior day win over UCF. They won that game 8-5. He went 3 for 4, 3 runs driven in, scored a run. Again, pacing this team in batting average.
5'10" senior from Ohio, right side. That's going to trickle through for a hit. So Thompson with his first hit of the game, his first hit of the tournament.
Sometimes that's all it takes. Pokes one through the right side of the infield.
Was a good piece of hitting, and now he's on with 1 out. And Ryan Noda, who struck out his first time, will step to the plate. And you know, you never know if you get one in the air toward left, like Carrier has done twice now. You could get some of this 5-run deficit back if you're the Bearcats. And they're checking on R.J. Thompson over at first.
Noda could be the guy to do it. He's got the big power numbers for the Bearcats. 12 doubles, 9 home runs. That leads the team 30 runs driven in.
Thompson, meanwhile, over at first, not the biggest threat to steal. 3 of 8 on the year. Shows bunt. And Santana looks the runner back to first. 1-0 the count. 1-2-0 for Cincinnati. 6-4-0 for Memphis. They got 4 in the first and 2 in the second. Hathcock again checks on Thompson for the 3rd time in this plate appearance.
Bearcats trying to get a little more production out of the top of their order. 1 through 3 went 1 for 10 yesterday. McVeigh had the lone hit.
That one catches the outside corner, and the count even at 1-1. Noda, we mentioned he's a big kid, 6'3", 217 from Vola, Illinois. Went to Grant High School. And he hits this one in the air toward left. Colton Neal for Memphis on the warning track. Able to make the play, 2 down.
320 feet away, not quite long enough.
Boy, it looked like that one would have been basically a pop-up toward the middle of the outfield, but the wind just carried it. Watch this.
Yeah, that pitch low and away, goes the opposite way with it. And I think the wind carried it a bit, but not quite enough. I think the prescription for everybody is hit it hard and high to left field. Good things can happen.
Connor McVeigh walked and scored a run his first time. Back on May the 6th against Memphis, McVeigh had a 3-for-5 day. We mentioned this is an elimination game. The winner of this game plays on Friday. That's kind of nice to get a day off.
You really set yourself up well if you win game 1 and game 2. I mean, you'll have days off between both of them. You'll get to Saturday rested, and you'll have to be beaten twice not to advance to the championship game.
It's kind of how that schedule has worked out. This is grounded through the middle for a base hit. Thompson's going to round second. He's going to try for 3. Here comes the throw. Not in time. Runners on the corners and 2 out.
Second hit of the tournament for Connor McVeigh. Hits a chopper back up the middle. Look at Hathcock. Thought about going for it with his pitching hand, and you see him hanging his head because he knows the runner's going to turn second and cruise into third. So now runners on the corners. And Cincinnati could be cooking with something here.
And now Mercer will step to the plate. Jace with a hit and an RBI. Knocked in the lone Cincinnati run so far. Chance to knock in one more and chip away at that 6-1 Memphis lead here if he can get his second hit of the day. And he takes a strike on the first pitch from Hathcock.
Mercer, a freshman, pretty impressive. He's played in all but 6 games this season for the Bearcats coming in his rookie year. Great opportunity to try and cut into this Memphis lead, which has swelled to 5.
Switch hitter from Johns Creek High School in Johns Creek, Georgia, outside of Atlanta. And check on McVeigh over at first. McVeigh's got some wheels, 13-17 on the year in the stolen base department. And that one's fouled off.
R.J. Thompson got things going with that single into right field in the top of this inning. He has scored the second most runs for the Bearcats this season. Only Ryan Noda has plated more. You know he's itching to come in here standing on third.
So a little bit of a threat here with 2 out on Colton Hathcock. But he's got an 0-2 pitch here, and this one misses. Good job by Santana. He's going to fake the throw down to second. That was a heads-up play, trying to draw the runner off a third.
Cincinnati aggressive on the base pass. There was a stunt at first by McVeigh. The pitch ended up low from Hathcock, and McVeigh just took off to second.
So now it's second and third with 2 out and a 1-2 count. Jace Mercer at the plate. Awaiting the 1-2 from Colton Hathcock. And he hits this one in the air toward right. Carrier underneath it, makes the catch, and ends the inning. So Cincinnati can't push anything across. In the top of the third, they trail Memphis 6-1 in this elimination game here at the American Athletic Conference Baseball Championships in Clearwater.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. because that's power. We are power.
In a city known for doing things our way, there's a university that's driven to do the same, to blur the outdated line between academic pursuits and active ones. Not just to learn, but to experience, to create, solve, build, to explore and express, to lead. Because an education isn't something you get, it's something you do.
6-1 your score. Memphis leading Cincinnati. We go to the bottom of the third here in Clearwater. Memphis off to a good start. I guess those stars and stripes hats must be a good luck charm for them. We'll have more from Haley Otten on them at the end of this frame. But so far the weather has held up here in Clearwater. And it has helped out the Tigers to this 6-1 lead, particularly Chris Carrier. He's got a 2-run homer and a double. 6, 7, and 8 due up in the lineup for the Tigers against Nathan Kroger.
Kroger in relief of Andrew Zellner, the starter, who gave up 6 runs on 5 hits in just an inning and 2/3.
And he will face Zach Schreitenthal, who had an RBI hit against Zellner in the first. That one's outside. We mentioned the struggles of the bullpens of both of these squads yesterday. Cincinnati was tied 3-3 with UConn in the 5th, and they gave up the last 9 runs of the game. David Orndorff threw 4 innings of pretty decent ball, scattered 6 hits, did give up 3 runs, but at least he gave the team a chance to win before things fell apart, particularly in the 7th and 8th, where they gave up 4 runs in each of those frames. Take a look at this
home run
to Schreitenthal. Yep.
I think it was 4 runs in the 7th, 4 runs in the 8th. UConn able to close it out. It's just an impressive showing by the Huskies late in the game.
So if you're Memphis, you got to be pleased that you got to this part for Cincinnati getting to the bullpen. This is going to be a tough play, but getting over and making the play is Kroger, 1 down. Andy Bowman steps to the plate now. He grounded out to second.
Kroger's going to field his position here. It'll be flipped up to him. Plenty of time. First out of the inning.
Bowman, the DH. Updated average 260. Didn't mean to foul that one back.
Bowman, one of 5 seniors in the lineup for Coach Schoenrock today. Trying to take advantage of the first reliever out of the pen for Cincinnati. Here we are in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Curveball was perfect there.
No, that was a good pitch. Sharp quickly ahead, 0-2. You mentioned if you're Memphis.
70 miles an hour on the gun here.
Oh boy,
picture perfect.
Mention if you're Memphis, you get to the bullpen and you try and keep your bullpen away because their bullpen really struggled yesterday. Strike 3 looking good. Pitch once again to Bowman. First strikeout of the game for Kroger. Look at this pitch.
Away and a little bit low. Home plate umpire likes it. First punch out of the game.
A little bit more velocity on that one too. Froze Bowman as well. That'll bring up Jason Santana, who grounded out his first time. 2 down, nobody on. Memphis's bullpen yesterday was staked to a 5-2 lead before Houston punched across 4 in the 8th. Came away with a 6-5 win. Left side down the line, base hit. Santana rounds first. He's going to try for 2. Here comes the throw. It's offline, and Jason Santana has a 2-out double.
Santana with the 3rd extra base hit of the ball game for Memphis. And just hit this one hard. It hugged the line, got all the way down into left, and the throw not going to be on time. He'll motor into second base with the double here at the bottom of the order.
That's his 6th double of the year. And now Colton Neal will step to the plate with a runner in scoring position and 2 out. Neal grounded out to second his first time. And that one's outside.
6 extra base hits across 2 games for Memphis now.
I mentioned Neal, 226 coming in on the year. He's got 18 runs batted in. And he fouls this one off. Neal's also seen some action out of the bullpen as a pitcher this year. He's appeared 7 times, 0-1 with a 5.79 earned run average. He actually pitched a game last year in the tournament, facing a 1-1 count here. Santana on second, not particularly great speed. And now Kroger misses low on that one. Mentioned the winner moves on to Friday. The loser goes home in this elimination game. As that one misses outside. Remember, here on the American Digital Network, coming up next after the conclusion of this game, UCF, the co-conference regular season champions, facing Tulane. Knights coming off of a loss to East Carolina, the 8th seed last night. So they're in the losers bracket all of a sudden. 3-1. And that one's fouled out of play left side. And you know, the strength of the conference this year, Garrett, as there you see Darren Schoenrock, the head coach of Memphis. Just to give you an example, Memphis came into the tournament last year looking for their 20th win of the season overall. They come in this year looking for their 30th win of the season overall, and they're the 7th seed.
Yeah, very impressive conference showing this year.
Fifth best conference RPI, as this one's hit over towards left, and a nice catch leaning over the wall by Santiago. That ends the inning. Tough play, but he got the job done. So Memphis scoreless in the 3rd, but they still lead 6-1 over Cincinnati in this elimination game here at the American Athletic Conference Baseball Championship. Oh.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
Six to 1 Memphis with the lead over Cincinnati. Let's go down to field level and Haley out. And Haley?
Mentioned the Memphis Tiger hats today, and there is a story behind these hats. For the past 4 years, the Tigers have headed to the Bay-powered Classic in Millington, which is just north of Memphis. The game is played on a military base, which was the former Olympic headquarters for baseball. You see the red, white, and blue on the Memphis logo right here on the front of the cap. Very patriotic. I really don't want to give this hat back, guys. I think it's a really good look.
Yeah, so far it's been pretty good luck for Memphis as well, as they lead 6-1 here too, Haley. And so far, Colton Hathcock, the starter on the hill for the Tigers, has done his job, giving up 1 run on 3 hits. But he will face the 5, 6, and 7 hitters in the order for Cincinnati.
I might be quick out of the booth after our game's over, and I'm not going to take advantage, but maybe a couple of hats go missing. What size are you?
Heading down to the apparel stand, huh? Eric Santiago, who made the outstanding catch leaning over the wall down the line and left to end the previous half an inning, takes a ball 1-0.
I'll tell you what a play by a freshman in a conference tournament against the wall. I mean, sells out the body and makes the final out of the inning.
And dealing with the wind altogether with that one as well. Santiago is 0 for 1, grounded out his first time. And that one misses, and the count now 3-0. This Tiger team in the losers bracket again after last year, as that's a walk on 4 pitches. First time the leadoff man has reached for the Bearcats. And that'll bring up A.J. Bumpus. This Tiger team last year in the tournament was the 6th seed. They lost their opening game to UConn 6-2. And then went on to win 3 consecutive, including one against UConn on semifinal Saturday to force the extra game on that side of the bracket. They finally fell in that one. Of course, UConn went on to win the tournament. Runner on first, no out, and Bumpus takes a strike on the first pitch. Good breaking ball.
The Huskies beat the Houston Cougars, who won their opener yesterday. Had to come back and beat Memphis, so Houston has won their tournament opener all 4 seasons in the American. They've also played for the tournament title all 3 years.
And of course, UConn defeated Cincinnati yesterday 12-3. So Houston and UConn move on this side of the bracket.
That's going to be a fantastic game tomorrow that we'll have on the American Digital Network.
And Bumpus didn't mean to. Fouled it off. Yep.
But you take a look at Houston and UConn. Both those teams tied for first place in the conference going into the final week of regular season play. We thought we might get to see a rehash of USF and UCF in the winner's bracket game tomorrow. Instead, it will be ECU, the preseason pick, as the team of the year.
And how about East Carolina?
Ooh.
With their head coach Cliff Godwin, who was an assistant coach at UCF under Terry Rooney, the previous regime, as that's some high heat from Colton Hathcock. Down goes Bumpus, 1 away.
Hathcock really reared back there. He's going to get his 4th strikeout of the ball game against the left-hander. Went upstairs and he chased it.
Joey Thomas, who also struck out his first time, will step to the plate. Four strikeouts on the day for Colton Hathcock. And they check the runner over at first. Joey Thomas, a junior, 6'1", 199 from Mason, Ohio. High school teammate of Connor McVeigh and R.J. Thompson.
Thomas threw out his 25th base runner of the year earlier in this game. Behind the plate right now, Santana, not that far behind him with 23.
Now, Santana for Memphis has been quite a defensive force back there for the Tigers throughout his career. And that one's in there for a strike, and the count now 1-1.
Another look at this pitch. Again, it looks good coming out of his hand. The guys are going after it, and everything just elevates halfway to the plate.
And with a runner on first and 1 out, he takes this one. And the count now 2-1. Weather continuing to hold up here in Clearwater. Here in the top of the 4th. 2-1 is hit toward the gap in right center. That's big trouble. And it's going to go all the way to the wall. Santiago around second. He's going to round third and trot on home. So Cincinnati scratches one across. And they chip into the Memphis lead. 6-2 now your score. An RBI double for Thomas here in the top of the 4th.
Thomas really laced into that pitch by Hathcock. Picks up his 12th double of the season, and that one just kept on going all the way to the wall. Runner's going to be able to score from first. Solid piece of hitting. Elevates the ball, drives it with authority, and all you can do is chase that one all the way to the West Shore Pizza line. They'll send the run around from third, no problem, and an RBI double for Cincinnati here in the 4th.
Yeah, you get the ball up in the air today, and it's going to cause some havoc. Looked like it was peeling away from Carrier, who was coming over from right. Now Luke Torino, the DH, who also struck out his first time, stands in with a runner on second. And correction, we have a pinch hitter actually up at the plate.
So Kyle Motis will come in.
junior from Canal Fulton, Ohio. That one gets away from Santana, and the runner trots down to third with one out. Now the sacrifice is in play.
Torino went 0 for 3 yesterday with 2 strikeouts. He struck out in his first at-bat today, and they've made the change, bringing in Motis.
Here's a look at that wild pitch. Got away from Santana down low. Motis hitting 182 on the season. 12 runs batted in, 1 homer, 5 doubles. Right side fouled off. This is Motis' first appearance in the tournament. Did not play yesterday against UConn. Chance to chop into the Memphis lead a little bit here, down 6-2. This is grounded up the middle. Did Hathcock get a piece of it? Not sure. Over to short, though. Nice play by Trella, but the run comes in to score. And with 2 out and the bases empty, it's now 6-3 Memphis.
Motis gets the job done, coming in the pinch hitting position. He sends a slow hopper back up the middle. Shortstop's going to handle this one, but the run will score from third, and Cincinnati cuts into the lead, trailing now by 3.
So that's an RBI ground out, number 13 on the year for Motis, and Manny Rodriguez, the number 9 hitter in the order, will step to the plate against Colton Hathcock. 2 down and the base is empty.
Saw some Cincinnati games on the internet this year, seen him in person now. Rodriguez very smooth at shortstop.
Takes a fastball on the outside corner for a strike on that one, 1-1. So now, Garrett, if you're Colton Hathcock of Memphis, you've just seen a couple scratched across on you here in the 4th. You were staked to that 6-1 lead. Any chance you start tightening up a little bit here?
I think there's potential for it, but I mean, you've got a veteran on the mound. Hathcock's a junior. He's had a nice season, and he works in relief the majority of the time. This guy works deep into counts, late in innings. I don't know if that's going to affect him quite that much.
Well, he's ahead in the count 1-2 here with 2 out. He's approaching the 70 pitch mark. Cut on and miss. Good play by Santana. They'll throw down to first to end the inning. But Cincinnati strikes across for a pair here in the top of the 4th. They chip into that Memphis lead. 6-3 your score here in Clearwater at the American Athletic Conference Baseball Championships.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
In a city known for doing things our way, there's a university that's driven to do the same, to blur the outdated line between academic pursuits and active ones. Not just to learn, but to experience, to create, solve, build, to explore and express, to lead. Because an education isn't something you get, it's something you do.
We go bottom 4 here in windy Clearwater at the American Athletic Conference Baseball Championship. Elimination game between Memphis and Cincinnati. 6-3 the Tigers with the lead over the Bearcats. And the top of the order due up here in the 4th for the Tigers. Tyler Webb, the center fielder, who popped out his first time and was hit by a pitch and was caught stealing in the 2nd. And he will step to the plate against Nathan Kroger. Kroger on in relief for the Bearcats. Came in place of Andrew Zellner. And the 1-0 misses again, 2-0. The book closed on Zellner for Cincinnati. He threw 1 2/3, gave up 6 runs, all earned on just 3 hits, walked 2, and didn't record a strikeout. 2-0 to Webb is in there for a strike. Mentioned here on the American Digital Network, UCF and Tulane coming up next. We're hoping to get that one in with the impending weather today here in the Tampa area, as Kroger delivers that one. And the count now 3-1. Memphis has not gotten the leadoff runner on yet in this game, and yet they have 6 runs. 3-1 is in there for a strike. Webb didn't think so initially, and the count runs full.
Webb has struggled a little bit at the top of the lineup in this tournament. Went 0 for 4 yesterday. He did draw a walk, hit into a double play as well. He's been hit by a pitch and caught stealing so far today.
And the payoff pitch is lifted deep to center, but Thompson is underneath it for the Bearcats. He makes the catch backing up. Had a little bit of trouble with it. 1 down. And now Brandon Grudzelanek will step to the plate. Brandon's reached base both times, was hit by a pitch in the first, walked in the second. Interesting, he's wearing the sunglasses out there today with the full cloud cover. Grudzelanek, of course, you mentioned the nephew of Mark Grudzelanek.
I can still hear Harry Carey when he first had to pronounce that name on air on WGN. I don't know why I remember that from some afternoon ball game. Mark, and that's what it was.
He was one of the last remaining players. As you see Chris Carrier on deck, we'll have more on him in just a second. But he was one of the last remaining players in the majors who was a former Montreal Expo before they moved to Washington and became the Nationals. 1-1.
When I think about that 94 season with the strike and, you know, the missed opportunities, 1 for Montreal, 2 for my Houston Astros, Jeff Bagwell was the MVP that year. They were having a fantastic season, and then it just got cut short.
Yeah, 3 for my New York Yankees, too, who are leading the AL East. This one's hitting the air to right. Heading back for it is Bumpus. Has some trouble with it, but makes the catch on the warning track. So the wind playing havoc with that one. So that'll bring up Chris Carrier. And for more on Chris, as you take a look at his home run from earlier, let's go to Haley Outen. Haley?
Well, Jeff, Chris Carrier has had quite the week here at the American Tournament. In fact, back in 2014, in the first year of the American Athletic Conference, the league actually hosted a home run derby. And while there has been no shortage of home runs here this week, there is only one home run derby champion in attendance, and that is Chris Carrier. Memphis right fielder Carrier was just a freshman back in 2014, played very little, in fact. He was a reserve outfielder, but was chosen to participate in the home run derby. He ended up winning the event over the Player of the Year that season from Louisville, Jeff Gardner, who was a senior that year. Well, now Chris is a senior himself, a first-team all-conference selection, led the league in home runs in conference play, and already has 2 here this week, including the one we saw back in the first inning. And Jeff and Garrett, my question to you is, do you think Chris Carrier would still have a shot today if the American was hosting a home run derby?
Oh, certainly. No question about it, especially if the wind was like it was today, too, Garrett and Haley. And, you know, we saw flashes of how good Carrier could be last year. We know how good of a fielder he was from last year as well. Had a couple of highlight plays out there, but boy, has he blossomed in his senior year.
The way the wind's blowing out, a couple of pitchers could probably hit home runs in the derby.
And that one trickles down the line and right, and it's a fair ball. It's going to go all the way into the corner. Carrier's going to race into second. He has reached base 3 times. He's 3 for 3 with a homer and a pair of doubles. And Carrier stands on second with 2 out.
The hit parade continues for the senior. Goes opposite field, just puts it over the first baseman's head, and that one's going to find a little real estate down the right field line. Carrier motoring in with his second extra base hit of the game.
He's now 5 for 7 for the tournament.
Wow. And correction, 3rd extra base hit of the game for Carrier.
So now he stands in scoring position with Trent Turner stepping to the plate. Turner, the cleanup hitter, was hit by a pitch his first time, had an RBI single in the second. And he fouls this one back towards us. Well, this would be big for Memphis as Cincinnati scratched 2 across in the top of this frame, kind of chipping into that lead. You sense maybe a little bit of doubt. But if you can get one across here and stop a little bit of that bleeding, it could be a big confidence builder for the Tigers here in the 4th. That one's in the dirt about 2 feet in front of the plate. Turner, another senior. He's from Brandon, Mississippi. Came to Memphis from Northeast Mississippi Community College. 6 feet tall, 195 pounds. Good size for your first baseman. Runner on second and 2 out. Kroger lets this one go. Boy, this is a high drive to left field. Going back for it is Santiago. Looking up. Gone! Home run for Trent Turner. A 2-run shot that again got caught up in the jet stream out towards left. And the Memphis Tigers extend their lead out now to 8-3 on Cincinnati.
Huge blast by Turner. That ball's over the left field wall. Second and third RBIs of the game. Puts his team up by 5. And I'll tell you what, Memphis hitting on all cylinders today in an elimination game.
I think hitting is the appropriate word there indeed. That's homer number 8 for Trent Turner on the year.
Kroger hung his head the second he saw the ball lift the bat. Knew that going to left field it was going to be an issue.
Alec Trella now will step to the plate. He walked his first time and scored. And popped out behind the plate in the second. And this one's hit in the air again, right side underneath it. First baseman Noda makes the catch and ends the inning. But Memphis scratches across a pair with 2 outs on the 2-run shot by Trent Turner. They lead 8-3 after 4.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
For every hero, there is an origin story. An experience that made them who they are. For a new generation of explorers, pioneers, and innovators, that experience is calling, offering a different kind of education, one guided by distinguished professors who understand experience is the best teacher. Greatness lies beyond the classroom. This is where you start. University of Cincinnati. Do more.
Well, Trent Turner's 2-run home run for the Tigers has extended their lead to 8-3 as we head to the 5th. Colton Hathcock, the starter, still out there for Memphis. As the Tigers have the inside track to staying alive here in the loser side of the bracket here in Clearwater at the American Athletic Conference Baseball Championship. Jeff Sharon, Garrett Woolford, and Haley Outen with you here on this windy Gulf Coast morning. Top of the order due up for Cincinnati. And R.J. Thompson swings and laces this one down the line and left. Over toward Frenchies. It's off the top of the wall. Neal fields for Memphis. Thompson will trot into second with a leadoff double.
First pitch swinging, expected the fastball, and he got it. Here's the captain. And just powers this one for his team-leading 18th double of the season. Thompson now in scoring position. Didn't miss a home run by much.
He's now 2 for 3 on the day. Had a hit his first time back in the 3rd. And we keyed on him at the top of the show. So far, he's done his job in the leadoff spot.
I think the last thing Cincinnati's going to do is give up. They took the early lead 1-0. They came back and scored 2 runs in the last inning. Let's see if they can hit around Hathcock just a little bit here in the 5th.
Well, with the conditions as they are, no doubt we're in line for a high-scoring game here if things continue. Hathcock looking to get through that magical 5th inning, where he can figure in a decision should the score stand up. But he's got the leadoff man on for the 2nd consecutive inning. And the first pitch to Ryan Noda is in there for a strike. Noda is 0 for 2, struck out and flied out. R.J. Thompson stands on second. And that one's tapped back foul, and the count now 0-2. Hathcock, to his credit, has weathered the storm so far in this ballgame. 3 runs all earned on 5 hits, walked 2, struck out 5. He's given up the 2 doubles. Those are the only extra base hits so far. And that one catches the outside corner, strike 3. Strikeout number 6 for Colton Hathcock. And that's a big one with a runner on second, 1 away now.
Hathcock so effective at keeping it away from the left-handed hitters, goes low, outside, and they just can't put the bat on it.
Second time Noda has gone down on strikes. And with 1 away, here's Connor McVeigh, who has reached base both times. Walked in the first and scored. And singled in the 3rd and stole a base. McVeigh stands in with 1 out and a runner on second in the person of Thompson. Right-handed hitter. Redshirt junior from Mason High School in Mason, Ohio. The 1-0. That one misses low. McVeigh was 3rd on the team in hitting this year coming in. This is his 57th start. 278 coming in. 373 on base. Fouls that one back and count now 2-1. Connor looking for his 30th RBI of the year. He's stuck on 29. He's got a pair of homers. And 14 doubles. 2-1 from Hathcock. And that one misses low, and now 3-1. Starting to see the stamina meter looking like it's getting a little low on Colton Hathcock right now.
Well, he's looked so good today, but we can't forget he's not a regular starter, and now Coach McNichol's going to come out, the pitching coach, and talk with him. This is just his 4th start of the year. The 3 wins that he has credit for are against Southern Illinois, Houston, and East Carolina. That was near the end of the season. He's not typically your guy that's going to give you 7 innings as a starter. He's your main closer. 11 saves on the year. But, Jeff, I got to say, just an incredible performance from him to get things going and put his team in position to win.
And you're thinking, if you're out there right now, hey, look, I know I got a runner on second. I got a 5-run lead with 1 out here. Struck out the last guy. If I can just get through this inning and get myself to that decision point, then I've pretty much done my job at this point. Because one thing we do know from yesterday is that Memphis's bullpen has struggled just as much as Cincinnati's has. So it's a 3-1 to Connor McVeigh, and that one misses ball 4. So it's 1st and 2nd with 1 out. It looks like we're starting to see some getting up for the Memphis bullpen.
Cincinnati's had a lefty up for a little bit. We might see the end of Kroger if he gets in trouble in the next inning. But for Memphis, they're riding Hathcock as far as he can take them here. Again, in an elimination game, it's all about advancing.
That's Cam Aldred in the bullpen for Cincinnati. Here's Jace Mercer. He takes a strike on the first pitch from Colton Hathcock, 0-1.
Hathcock got starts against East Carolina and Tulane at the end of the year. Against East Carolina, his longest appearance of the year. 7 innings pitched, only gave up 6 hits, 0 runs.
0-1. Didn't mean to. Fouled it off. 0-2. Hathcock this year against Cincinnati was 0-2, but did record a save. The 0-2 foul down the left side.
Memphis and Cincinnati not only fighting to stay alive, but fighting for a day off as well.
Yeah.
They wouldn't play again until Friday, but of course, coming out of the losers bracket, they'll have to beat the #1 team twice to advance to the championship game.
And with the adjustment in the schedule, that actually works out for you if you can win this game. Usually the way the tournament works out is if you're in the winner's bracket, you get through, you get that day off. Now, with the way things have worked, if you're in the loser's bracket, you get that day off. 0-2 up high.
89 miles an hour on the fastball by Hathcock. Loses a little bit of control there as it slices outside. Still ahead in the count against Mercer.
The 1-2. A little looper into center that's going to drop for a hit. Thompson comes around to score. It's 8-4 now. McVeigh advances to third, and it's runners on the corners and one out.
Boy, Jace Mercer's had himself a tournament. Last time up, he had 2 men on and was out to end the inning. This time, he'll send a run home, put another one on third. Second RBI of the tournament for Jace Mercer.
So he didn't get all of it, but he got just enough. And with one out, here's Eric Santiago. Walked his last time and also grounded out in the first. Here you see Jason Santana, the catcher for Memphis. Making sure everyone is set defensively for the Tigers. Double play is in order with one out and runners on the corners. And Santiago at the plate, who has grounded into 4 double plays this season. A little bit of a danger zone right now for Memphis, and if you're Cincinnati, you think if you can push across 1 more, maybe 2 more here in the 5th, we can make this one a ball game once again. Wind is now blowing straight out to dead center. Good lead over at first, and that one is in there, 1-1.
Couple of arms slowly getting up and moving for Memphis, including 18 Alex Hicks and 30 Danny Dens.
One. In the air to left center field. That's big trouble. Neal giving chase. It's off the warning track and over the top of the wall. It's going to be a ground rule double. So 1 run comes in to score. That's actually bad luck if you're Cincinnati.
Absolutely.
The ground rule double by Eric Santiago, scores only 1. Mercer looks like he would have scored easily if that one had not hopped over the wall. Go ahead and take a look at it.
5th double of the year. Big hop as it hits the warning track and goes over the top of the yellow line. Could have been a 2 RBI double. Instead, our score remains 8-5 as 1 run comes to plate.
But now A.J. Bumpus is in a position where, even though he's 0 for 2 on the day with a flyout and a strikeout, he can get Cincinnati to within 1 run with a base hit here with 1 out. And that one's in there for a strike. Colton Hathcock trying desperately to hang on in this position. We saw Darren Schoenrock a little bit earlier. How much longer is he going to leave him out there? No double play opportunity right now, and the count now 1-1.
Second longest outing of the season for Colton Hathcock, mainly a reliever for the Tigers.
The 1-1. Misses low and in.
Still hit 90 on the gun with that last pitch.
Yeah, this is Colton's 4th start of the year, 26th appearance. Started one game last year in the tournament. 2-1. And Bumpus hits this one in the air down the line and left. Neal giving chase to this one. He watches it go over the fence, a home run. A 3-run opposite field home run for A.J. Bumpus. And all of a sudden, the Cincinnati Bearcats have come all the way back to tie it at 8.
First home run of the tournament for Cincinnati. We're all knotted up. Got a brand new ball game on the 7th home run of the year for A.J. Bumpus. Now 40 RBIs after he drives in 3 here, and that one finds the bar stools at Frenchie's.
Boy, a stunning turn of events in this 5th inning as the Bearcats have scratched across 5, and then this one is ripped foul down the left field line by Joey Thomas. Oh, 0-1, still 1 out.
Hathcock came into this game 43 innings pitched on the year. He'd given up just 2 long balls, Jeff.
Unbelievable. But again, that one down the line and left, and the wind just picked it up and took it right to Frenchie's.
I'll tell you what, they're celebrating in the Queen City right now.
And we're still not done here as that one gets away. Obviously no one on, but still 2-1 the count. Hathcock really scuffling at this point. Joey Thomas has an RBI today.
I'll tell you what, we see some people populating the bar stools over at Frenchie's. That seems to be the place to be to get a souvenir at this ballpark.
That's exactly where I would be, too. If I couldn't be in the bullpen, that's where I would be.
They'll say he went around, and that'll even the count at 2.
Umpires today, Mark Oil down the first base line, Scott Graham at second, Grady Smith down the third base line, Asa Howard calling the balls and strikes. 2-2. And that one catches the corner, strike 3. Colton Hathcock with a badly needed strikeout. That's his 7th of the game.
Hathcock comes back after giving 3 hits up in a row. The RBI single, the double, and then the 3-run home run, and he gets Thomas to strike out, his 6th punch out of the game. What does it say about Cincinnati to be down 6-1, and here they've tied it all up?
And now Motice will step to the plate. He takes a strike on the first pitch. He's 0 for 1 with an RBI ground out. Batting in the place of Luke Torino, the DH, who struck out in his lone plate appearance back in the 2nd. So Motice is 0 for 1. Here's the 1-1 from Hathcock. That one's in there for a strike. Well, if you're Hathcock, you're like, one more strike and let me just get out of this nightmare of an inning where I've given up a 5-run lead. Grounded right side, Turner fields, but it's foul. Well, now you feel like we're going to get into a battle of the bullpens here. Cincinnati's bullpen is already in. We're already into Cincinnati's bullpen. Memphis likely going to that in the next frame as Hathcock deals his 100th pitch of the game, and that's fouled off.
Dakota Matoxin, number 36, warming up for Memphis, the only arm throwing. Hathcock certainly laboring out there. It's been a tough inning. 5 runs have scored for the Bearcats here in the 5th.
1-2. Into right. Carrier giving chase. He won't get there. It's going to drop in for a hit. That's the 9th Bearcat hit of the game. With 2 out, and now a runner on first.
Carrier's got really good speed. Used to be a defensive back in high school for his football team, but he's not going to get there in time. Doesn't dive and let the runner extend into scoring position. Smart play. Still 2 outs in the inning.
And the number 9 hitter, Manny Rodriguez, will step to the plate. He's 0 for 2 on the day. Runner on first, 2 out in an 8-8 ball game. A check on Motice over at first. Cincinnati with 1 in the first, 2 in the fourth, 5 in this frame. Memphis with 4 in the first, 2 in the second, 2 in the fourth, and that's where we stand. Hathcock, you can see him kind of laboring out there too right now. Just get me this one last out. If he got through with the lead, he would have factored into the decision, but now we're tied at 8. That one's fouled off. Boy, that one looked like it hurt. Rodriguez fouls it off of his foot.
Rodriguez missed 7 games during the middle of the year with an injury. In the first setup against Memphis, he went 2 for 10. Didn't play in the second series against the Tigers.
Going to try and keep the inning going here, down 0-2. That one misses in the dirt. Good block by Santana.
Rodriguez, though, came back strong, and in the previous 15 games, he led UC with a .396 batting average, along with 19 hits, 5 doubles, and 8 runs batted in. I don't know if there was anybody hotter than Rodriguez as this regular season came to an end. Looking for his first hit today.
Yeah, he boosted his average up above 250, the junior did. He cuts on and misses that one. Strike 3. That's the 8th strikeout of the game for Colton Hathcock. But Cincinnati pushes 5 across in the 5th to tie the game. We are all square at 8 apiece as we head to the bottom of the 5th here in Clearwater. Let's go down to Haley Outen on field level. Haley?
Cincinnati veterans R.J. Thompson, Connor McVeigh, and Joey Thomas all started playing baseball together long before their days at Cincinnati. In fact, Joey, Connor, and R.J. all attended Mason High School in Ohio. You see them in the starting lineup today. R.J. in center field, Connor at third, and Joey behind the plate. In fact, R.J. was named to the Americans All-Conference second team this week, and oddly enough, he wasn't recruited to play baseball. He had plans to play club hockey before UC recruited him to join the team in July before his freshman season. And guys, here tied at 8, you got to believe that these 3 guys want to win their first ever American Athletic Conference tournament game.
Yeah, Haley, and so far they've been the key to Cincinnati's comeback in this game, as we're now all square at 8 apiece, and we have a new pitcher on the mound for the Bearcats as well. It's number 13, Cam Aldred. He's a sophomore, 6'3", 195. Another one of those physically imposing pitchers for the Bearcats out there, Garrett.
Well, he's one of those guys that's got good numbers. He's coming in. He just needs to make a difference. What you can do here is throw strikes and put yourself in position, because R.J. Thompson led off the last inning. All 9 Cincinnati players came to the plate. It'll be Thompson who will be leading off the next inning. So if you can continue to build on this, momentum that you've got behind the plate right now, scoring 5 runs in the 5th, I think they've got a great opportunity. Let's see if Aldred can do a pretty good job of coming in here, throwing strikes, filling it up, and good Lord, keep it out of that air current blowing through left field.
Yeah, that has been the trouble so far, as the home runs that we've seen in this game so far, and the extra base hits out to left field as well, has certainly been key. We talked about how Carrier hit one earlier, but that 3-run home run by Bumpus so far has been the big blow so far and the key to this Cincinnati comeback, hasn't it?
Oh, man, and how great was it to see Bumpus just get a ball up into the air, blast it out into left field, finds the bar stools at Frenchie's, and that makes this a brand new ball game. You're 8-8, and, in a do-or-die elimination game, sometimes it's unlikely people that'll come through and get you a win. Now let's see if Cincinnati can lean on their pitching staff a little bit. Maybe they can get something here from Aldred.
And Aldred delivers his first pitch to Zach Schreitenthal, leading off the 5th inning for the Tigers. Schreitenthal 1 for 2, RBI single in the first, ground out in the 3rd. Aldred, the lefty out there, the 3rd Cincinnati pitcher of the game. 2-1 with a 4.33 earned run average. This is his 20th appearance. He's thrown 27 innings, given up 24 hits, 15 runs, 13 of them earned, walked 18, struck out 16, and opponents are hitting .242 against him. He's given up 3 home runs and 5 doubles in those 27 innings.
He faced Memphis earlier this year on April 2nd, through 2/3 of an inning of relief, scoreless, hitless.
From Batavia, Ohio, went to Cincinnati Country Day, so he stayed back home. This is hit towards right. It's going to be a tough play for Bumpus. It's going to fall in, and Zach Schreitenthal has a leadoff single for the Tigers.
8 hits in the ball game now for Memphis to match those 8 runs. I think the wind knocked this down a little bit because not the best jump in the world by Bumpus. He's got to come in hard, and that one lands about 10 feet in front of him. Going to have a pinch hitter come to the plate.
Yeah, and it's going to be for Memphis, Kyle O'Keefe, number 19, 6'1", 200 from Madison, Mississippi. He's going to pinch hit in the DH spot in place of Andy Bowman, who is 0 for 2 today.
O'Keefe comes in. This is his 34th game appeared in. He had 17 starts. He's hitting 167, 11 hits and 66 at-bats.
And we'll see what he can do to try and maybe spark a little Memphis rally here, as the Tigers gave up 5 runs in the previous half inning. And we started this game just after 9 o'clock Eastern time. We're concerned about weather affecting the schedule today. Just took a look at the Doppler, and boy, oh boy, it's coming this way. No one out, and a runner on first in the person of Schreitenthal, who singled. We're in the bottom of the 5th, tied at 8 apiece. O'Keefe, the righty, facing lefty Aldred, who checks over at first once again. Schreitenthal, decent speed over at first. But when you got a lefty out there, you're definitely going to stay a little bit close to the vest, as O'Keefe swings and misses at that one.
What's interesting, we're just 2 games into this tournament, and you would think Cincinnati would have another couple of starters that you could maybe get long relief from in this game. They've already put quite a few of those in over these first 2 appearances. You take David Orndorff, who started yesterday's game. TJ Perez got in. Andrew Zellner started today. Kroger, and along with A.J. Olaz, they've combined for 47 starts this year. They've pitched basically 15 innings so far in this tournament. Now, you probably have a chance to have Perez come back in.
Yeah, this game has turned into a war of attrition with the bullpens at this point now.
Olaz could likely come back in as well. It just depends on what the coaching staff for Cincinnati wants to do. But it's in Aldred's hands right now.
Schreitenthal's at first. Nobody out, and the 2-2 to the pinch hitter, Kyle O'Keefe. And he's late on that one. Swings and misses and goes down on strikes.
O'Keefe now 0 for 2 as a pinch hitter in this tournament. Grounded out to the second baseman yesterday. Strikes out here. Busts him right over the plate.
And now up steps Jason Santana. Jason 1 for 2 with a ground out and a double. That came back in the 3rd. Looks like something must have flown into the eye of the Cincinnati catcher and just had a big gust of wind pop up.
Five extra base hits in the ball game for Memphis, including that double you mentioned back in the 3rd by Santana.
Joey Thomas, the catcher for Cincy, looks like he's okay. And Santana waves and misses at the first delivery. And the count now 0-1. 1 out and a runner on first. Colton Neal is on deck. And they check Schreitenthal over at first.
Santana still a sophomore. His strikeout numbers are a little bit high. In 175 at bats, he struck out 47 times. It's about 1 every 4 plus at bats.
From Chicago, Illinois, Lane Technical High School. That one goes to the backstop, and the count now 0-2 to Santana. Cam Aldred, the lefty pitcher out there for Cincinnati. 3rd Bearcat pitcher of the game. We're all tied at 8 here in the bottom of the 5th. Pitch. Cut on and miss. Strike 3. Santana goes down swinging. 2 strikeouts for Aldred.
Gives up the initial single to Schreitenthal, comes back, and looks like he's really found his groove. Back-to-back batters, swinging and missing on the high cheese.
And now Colton Neal will step to the plate. He's 0 for 2, grounded out to second, and flied out to left. Lefty came into today hitting .226. 2 outs and a runner on first. And that one gets away, and Schreitenthal will end up at second.
Just the 3rd wild pitch. We'll see where this one ends up. A 1-hopper to the plate. Thomas can't corral it, and the runner will move into scoring position.
So Aldred out there trying to see if they can keep Memphis once again off the scoreboard here with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position. Back and forth we've gone. Memphis was up 6-1 after 2 full. Cincinnati got 2 back in the 4th. Memphis struck back with 2 more again in the bottom of the 4th, and then Cincinnati pushing 5 across in the 5th. This is grounded right side. Mercer fields and throws in time. So after 5 full innings of play, we are all square at 8 apiece between Memphis and Cincinnati in this elimination game in the American Athletic Conference Baseball Tournament on the American Digital Network.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
For every hero, there is an origin story. An experience that made them who they are. For a new generation of explorers, pioneers, and innovators, that experience is calling, offering a different kind of education, one guided by distinguished professors who understand experience as the best teacher. Greatness lies beyond the classroom. This is where you start. University of Cincinnati. Do more.
Well, the wind continues to blow out, and it's contributed to 16 total runs in this ballgame. We're all square at 8 as we head to the 6th. And the Memphis Tigers have a new pitcher. It's a familiar face if you're a Tiger fan coming out of the bullpen, the lefty, Drew Crosby.
Crosby 6-3 on the year, ERA a touch over 5. He's mostly a starter for the Tigers. He's thrown 2 games in relief. In 79 1/3 innings pitched, he's given up 90 hits, 45 earned runs, and struck out 65. Opponents are hitting .287 against Drew Crosby on the year.
Crosby takes over for Colton Hathcock, so we have a starter, a regular starter, taking over for a regular reliever for the Tigers.
That's interesting.
In this ball game. So he steps in after pitching yesterday. He threw 1 inning, struck out 1 perfect inning of play against Houston.
Your attention, please. The pitch for Memphis, number 26, Drew Crosby.
Came in relief of Jonathan Bolin, and now Crosby finds himself again coming out of the bullpen in a tied ball game. I mentioned Memphis's bullpen. As you see Darren Schoenrock, boy, he must be nervous taking a look at the fact that now he's gotten to his bullpen. They blew the lead yesterday against UConn, a 5-2 lead with 5 outs to go when they handed off to the bullpen. And now they've blown a 5-run lead in this ball game, and we're tied at 8.
Again, you're just going to have to reach down deep, try and come away with some offense. Hope your pitching picks you up a little bit. Drew Crosby certainly could be the one to do it for Memphis, but brand new ball game here.
Book is closed on Hathcock, 5 full innings, 8 runs, all earned on 9 hits, walked 3, struck out 8. So it was feast or famine for him. And Crosby now will face the top of the Cincinnati order. And R.J. Thompson, who has a single and a double to his credit today. 2 for 3. And the first pitch from the lefty Crosby misses 1-0.
Crosby from the suburbs of Memphis, South Haven, Mississippi.
DeSoto Central High School graduate. All square on the count now at 1-1. R.J. Thompson, who we highlighted at the top of the telecast, came into today hitting .344. Now has 77 hits on the season in 221 at bats. What a weapon at the top of the order. This one's fouled off.
Thompson, an all-conference selection, second team this year in his senior season. Steps back in. Certainly some pop in that bat. Again, the wind still howling out to left.
And this one is whistled through the left side for a base hit. R.J. Thompson has a 3-hit day. And the leadoff man on once again for the Bearcats.
He'll make solid contact, and the shortstop, Alex Trela, no real chance to get that one. Shoots it in between the gap between short and third. And they've got themselves, for the second inning in a row, the leadoff hitter on.
Ryan Noda will now step to the plate. 0 for 3. He struck out twice. Noda, a .234 hitter now, his updated average. Sitting on 30 runs batted in. That's the 10th hit of the ball game for the Bearcats. Memphis with 8. All square, 8 apiece here in the top of the 6th. Shows bunt, lays it down right side. That's a good one. That's going to be a tough play. Can they get over in time? No, safe. Grudzielanek had to come over from second to try and cover. They executed the throw, but not in time. That's going to be a bunt single.
Let's take a look at this replay. First hit of the ball game for Noda. We'll see how close it is at first base with the flip. Covering his Grudzielanek. He's on it half a step in front of him. It'll go down as a bunt single.
There's going to be a tough play with Crosby a little slow getting off the hill. And really a good hustle play by Grudzielanek getting over from second to try and make that play. Now the double play is in order. First and second, nobody out. Connor McVeigh steps to the plate now. He's reached base all 3 times, walked twice, and he has a base hit. McVeigh came into today .278. Looking for his 30th RBI of the season. And 2 runners on with no outs. And look at this. Cincinnati, who at one point was trailing 6-1 after the second inning, now with an opportunity to take the lead. Shows bunt, pulls it back. Santana pumped to go.
Crosby with good numbers against Cincinnati so far this year. 13 2/3 innings pitched across 2 starts. He's given up just 4 earned runs and picked up a win near the end of the season. Now time is called, and I think McVeigh wants to talk with his coach.
Yeah, there's Ted Tom, the interim head coach of Cincinnati. He brings everybody over to have a quick discussion about what their strategy is right now. We mentioned Tom, the interim head coach, named so just yesterday afternoon, following the sudden resignation for personal reasons of Ty Neal, the head coach of Cincinnati.
Neal was in his 4th season, won 90 games with the Bearcats. They were really successful this year in their midweek games, had 6 midweek games of note that they won. Looked pretty impressive. 10-4 overall in midweek action this season. They handed #1 Louisville its first loss of the season. They knocked off the Cardinals after they put together a 19 or 20 game win streak to get their year going. But it just didn't end up in conference play like the Bearcats wanted.
Cincinnati's still in good hands, though, with Tom, as McVeigh showing bunt once again with a 1-0 count. And he lays it down the third baseline, and it checked up. That's a really good bunt. Throw on to first in time by an eyelash to get McVeigh, but a perfectly executed bunt. Second and third, and one out.
Rod Carew would be proud of that bunt. Did a great job battling off the fastball, put it in no man's land, and then you've really got to credit Crosby, who probably threw about 90 miles an hour to first base just in front of the runner for the first out of the inning.
Boy, and it was tough because you saw it checked up when it hit the grass, too. So now second and third, one out, and Jace Mercer, who's 2 for 3 at the plate. Thompson at third. And Noda at second.
Mercer with 4 hits already in this tournament. The only player so far in Clearwater with more. Memphis's Chris Carrier with 5.
Mercer already has a pair of RBI, and he hits this one in the air to center. Webb underneath it makes the catch, but Thompson's going to tag up and head home and get there safely. And also Noda advances to third, and the Cincinnati Bearcats have taken a 9-8 lead on a sacrifice fly by Jace Mercer. He's got 3 RBIs on the day.
Credit the Bearcats. They had a lead in the first, gave it up. They have rallied back not only to tie it, but to take the lead here in the 6th inning. They've scored 3 innings in a row. Thompson, the leadoff man who got on with the single, comes all the way around to score.
And 2 out now for Eric Santiago, who doubled his last time and picked up a run batted him. He's reached twice today, also walked back in the 4th. If you're a right-handed hitter today, you got to be salivating at this wind, which is blowing out to center and left. And we've seen it so far. Carrier hit the home run earlier. Bumpus went the opposite way and planted one just in front of Frenchies for that big 3-run homer that tied the game. And now Cincinnati has come all the way back. They've scored 8 of their 9 runs in the last 3 frames. 1-0 is in there from Crosby, 1-1. Noda stands at third with 2 away. A reminder after this ball game, we're hoping to have UCF and Tulane, the 1 seed against the 5 seed. Obviously, the weather is something that we're concerned about here today in Clearwater as Santiago waves and misses, and here come the Knights right now.
Regular season champions, calmly, coolly, confidently walking into the ballpark. They know this tournament is still well within their grasp.
What a turnaround for them in their first year under Greg Lovelady, the former Miami Hurricane. 1-2, tapped over towards second. Grudzielanek in time to end the inning, but Cincinnati punches one across, and they take the lead for the first time since the first inning. 9-8 your score. The Bearcats leading the Tigers here on the American Digital Network.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
In a city known for doing things our way, there's a university that's driven to do the same, to blur the outdated line between academic pursuits and active ones. Not just to learn, but to experience, to create, solve, build, to explore and express, to lead. Because an education isn't something you get, it's something you do.
9-8 your score as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Cincinnati leading Memphis. As there you see the 5th-seeded Tulane Green Wave entering Spectrum Field. We hope to get them and UCF, the top seed, after the conclusion of this game. Of course, we're expecting some weather a little bit today. Hopefully we'll get that ball game in as soon as this one concludes.
Some pregame meals there for UCF. I guess those are wraps. They picked up some Philly steak wraps or something like that.
You should bring some of those up here. I'm
Come
starting
on
to get
now.
hungry. Cam Aldred, the pitcher on the mound for Cincinnati, heads into his 2nd inning of work. 3rd reliever of the day for the Bearcats. And he faces the top of the order for the Tigers. Tyler Webb leading off.
You got to love UCF's chances with all the starting pitching that they have to continue to advance in this tournament. And then the boys from the Crescent City, Tulane, very talented offensively, player of the year in Hunter Williams. It'd be great to see him back out there. They were in a knockdown dragout yesterday with the Bulls.
Now we've seen some knockdown dragouts so far in this tournament. On the 4 games yesterday, we had 10 total home runs.
Highlighted by a shot by Jarrett DeHart of Tulane that literally cleared the berm on a hop. I mean, he blasted a ball into center field.
Webb, the center fielder for Memphis, taps that one foul down the right field line. Trent Turner with a home run today for Memphis. Chris Carrier hit a 2-run homer in the first. Of course, the big blow was A.J. Bumpus of Cincinnati, that 3-run homer that tied the game in the 5th. As Webb goes down on strikes. That's the 3rd strikeout of the game for Cam Aldred.
Aldred's faced 5 Memphis Tigers and struck out 3 of them. That'll bring up Grudzelanek.
Brandon has been hit by a pitch and he walked. Flied out to right his last time. And that one misses inside. 9-8 your score. Cincinnati with the lead. Jeff Sharon, Garrett Woolford with you from Clearwater, Spectrum Field, home of the Philadelphia Phillies during the spring training days. Clearwater Threshers call this place home.
Great staff here. Great place to take in a ball game. All the amenities you could ask for.
And we're about a mile as the crow flies from the beach. This one's hit towards right. That's trouble, but Bumpus comes in and makes an outstanding catch as the wind caught that one and started blowing it away from him. 2 down.
Grudzelanek goes the other way with it. You remember he led off yesterday's game with that home run into right field. He is hitless since, struggling at the plate since the long ball.
Speaking of long balls, here comes Chris Carrier. 3 for 3, a pair of doubles and a home run. He's got 3 runs batted in. And he's facing a lefty right now. With his team trailing 9-8 here in the bottom of the 6th.
Talk about Carrier hitting a hot streak. His first 2 at-bats in the tournament yesterday, 0 for 2. Since then, he's 5 for 5 with a pair of home runs and a pair of doubles.
Well, we knew he was going to be trouble for anyone who he faced as a member of the all-conference team this year. But just when you think you can't get any hotter, boy, has Chris Carrier's bat heated up here. And he takes a pitch outside. Now, what do you do if you're Aldred? You got 2 out, bases empty. Do you just stay away from him?
I mean, that's an opportunity that you can look at. But Trent Turner with a home run and an RBI single.
Well, this one's grounded right back to Aldred, but he knocks it down and underhands over to first in time to end the inning. A 1-2-3 frame for Cam Aldred of the Cincinnati Bearcats. And he preserves a 1-run lead. It's 9-8 Cincinnati over Memphis here in this elimination game in Clearwater.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
For every hero, there is an origin story. An experience that made them who they are. For a new generation of explorers, pioneers, and innovators, that experience is calling. Offering a different kind of education, one guided by distinguished professors who understand experience is the best teacher. Greatness lies beyond the classroom. This is where you start. University of Cincinnati. Do more.
9-8 your score here in Clearwater, spring home of the Philadelphia Phillies. It's the American Athletic Conference Baseball Championship on the American Digital Network. Jeff Sharon alongside Garrett Woolford here from a windy Clearwater. We're hoping to get this game and one more in today before the bad weather comes in, but action will continue all throughout the weekend, culminating in our championship game here in Clearwater on Sunday. And there you see the wind that has had a hand in some, well, it's been ping pong out there on occasion for some of the big hitters out here for both squads, Memphis and Cincinnati.
How hot have the Bearcats been the last 3 innings, Jeff? 9 of their 17 batters have reached base. They've been able to come back and score 8 runs over the final 3 innings that we've seen. Drew Crosby trying to slow them down. And
he will have to do it against A.J. Bumpus, the leadoff hitter, who had a 3-run homer his last time that tied the game at 8. That was back in the 5th inning. Memphis jumped out to a 6-1 lead after the first 2 innings. But since then, Cincinnati's just chipped away, and then they had the big frame in the 5th, culminating in the home run by Bumpus. He rolls this one over towards center, and he beats it out. How about that? A.J. Bumpus able to beat out the throw by Brandon Grudzelanek. And the leadoff man is on once again for the Bearcats. That's the 4th consecutive inning that the leadoff man has reached for Cincinnati.
Good stat there. Bumpus now with his 2nd hit of the ball game, the 3-run blast in the 5th. Now the infield single, and he's able to beat it out. It was going to take a strong throw from Grudzelanek. He's falling backwards, and he's there half a step in time.
Another bang-bang play over at first. And now Joey Thomas, the catcher, will step to the plate.
Seen a lot of success swinging on the first pitch. Looks like they'll try and bunt here.
Bumpus over at first, not too much of a threat to steal. 5 of 11 coming into today. And with the lefty Crosby on the hill, you have to think he's going to stay tight over at first. Turner trying to keep him on over there for the Tigers. They show bunt and pop it back. It's been feast or famine for Joey Thomas today. He struck out twice, and he also has an RBI double. Drew Crosby, the 6-foot-tall lefty from South Haven, Mississippi. Back in 2014 in high school, DeSoto Central, his alma mater. He was on the Memphis Commercial Appeals Best of the Preps All-Metro team back in 2014. Crosby, a physics major at Memphis, which tells me that he should not have any trouble explaining how the ball is flying out to left field today.
Good point.
1-1 to Thomas, and Crosby checks the runner once again.
Thomas, very adept at laying down the bunt if he can get something to see here. 7 sacrifices on the season.
And Crosby made his first career start against UConn in the tournament last year. 4 innings, gave up 1 run on 5 hits with 3 strikeouts in that first game. Basically did his job against UConn in that first game.
Yep. They ended up going on to win the conference tournament title, another quality club by Jim Penders. Just highlights how well Crosby did against them.
And they had to beat Memphis twice in order to do it in that half of the bracket. 1-2, tapped left side. It stays fair. It's a double play ball. Schreitenthal, Grudzelanek over to first, safe.
Thought that was a tailor-made 6-4-3, and instead he beat it out by a step. Let's take a look at the replay here on the American Digital Network. Pulls it down the line. They'll get 1 at second. Grudzelanek over. Kind of a tie at first base. And the umpire says the inning will go on.
Boy, that's about the 4th bang-bang play over at first in the last few innings that we've had in this ball game. So runner on first and 1 out. And Kyle Motais will step to the plate. The DH took over for Luke Torino. RBI ground out in the 4th and a base hit in the 5th. pulls the bunt back this time. And the count now 2-0.
You would expect a catcher to run very often. Thomas over off first base with a pair of steals on the year. That's all.
Yeah, he's only tried 3 times coming into today.
When I think about catchers in Major League history who were good base stealers, Pudge Rodriguez is the only one that comes in, and I don't know if he even had a 100 career. Just big, bulky guys. They're not made for that.
Usually good base runners, but not particularly good at least in terms of, trying to swipe bags, certainly. Now he's in there for a strike. The count now 3-1. 1 out and 1 on. As Drew Crosby tries to keep his Memphis Tigers in it. They were up 6-1. And now they trail 9-8. And he catches the lower half of the strike zone on that one, and the count now runs full 3-2.
Take a look at Crosby's offering. Finishes a little bit low. Brought back up by Santana. There's the second strike to run it full.
Manny Rodriguez is on deck. Payoff pitch to Motais. Chopped over toward the middle of the infield. It's going to be a tough play for Schreitenthal. Safe. Another infield hit. And it's now first and second and 1 out. So a little station-to-station baseball for the Bearcats. Let's take another look at this one.
Such a high chopper right off the front of the plate. Whether it was Trela or Schreitenthal making the catch, I don't think the throw was going to be in time. And Motais is on with the infield single.
And here comes Rodriguez, who's 0 for 3. He has struck out twice, most recently in the 5th. That's the 14th hit of the game for Cincinnati.
Just 3 runs on 7 hits yesterday in their opener. Offense has come to life here.
First and second, 1 out, and Crosby comes home. That one's in the dirt. Good stop by Santana. Don't see any action in either bullpen at the moment. Oh, correction. We do see one Memphis Tiger up. That's Blake Bennett, redshirt sophomore from Memphis. 1-0 is in there. So the double play is in order with first and second and 1 out. You think back to last year, Memphis knows a thing or two about turning double plays, especially in key spots. How many did they have in that one game against USF? I think they had 4 or 5
At
double
least
plays.
A handful.
Yeah. 1-1. And that one misses high and outside.
Rodriguez at the bottom of the order yesterday went 1 for 3 with a single. He did not come around to score. In the regular season against Memphis, he played just 1 series against the mirror opponent. Had 2 hits and an RBI.
He faces a 2-1 delivery here from Crosby. That one's outside. Did not go around, or did he? Nope.
Mark Ewell at first base says he did not.
This will give us a good look.
That's about as close as you can get.
Yeah, indeed.
Crosby looking to keep the pitch low here, like you said. If they can turn a double play, keep something up the middle, or possibly fielding a fieldable pitch at third base.
Cut on and missed, strike 2, and the count runs full.
Crosby in relief has shown some good life with his fastball. That one 90 miles an hour outside, and swinging through it is Rodriguez.
And a big pitch coming here. 3-2 with 1 out and runners on first and second, with Cincinnati leading by 1 here in the top of the 7th. And that one's fouled back. Rodriguez stays alive. We've seen a little bit of everything in this game so far.
Interesting to see if Rodriguez can get a piece of something, maybe put it in the gap, and will the Bearcats score for the 4th inning in a row? Just an impressive comeback, highlighted by that 5-run 5th.
Payoff pitch once again. And that one misses high. Ball 4. Bases loaded. And with 1 out, we go back to the top of the order for Cincinnati, and R.J. Thompson steps to the plate.
Darren Schoenrock calls time with the home plate umpire, and he'll tread out there. This might be the end of the day for Drew Crosby, and I think they'll bring a right-hander in. Crosby doesn't give up a lot of walks on the season, just the 29th free pass he's offered in close to 100 innings pitched. This is a great opportunity for Cincinnati, though, especially with 1 out.
And we've seen a battle of attrition between these two bullpens on not just yesterday, but today. And here in this elimination game, a big spot for Cincinnati with the bases loaded and 1 out. We'll have the new pitcher for Memphis in just a moment here on the American Digital Network.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
For every hero, there is an origin story. An experience that made them who they are. For a new generation of explorers, pioneers, and innovators, that experience is calling. Offering a different kind of education, one guided by distinguished professors who understand experience is the best teacher. Greatness lies beyond the classroom. This is where you start. University of Cincinnati. Do more.
In a city known for doing things our way, there's a university that's driven to do the same, to blur the outdated line between academic pursuits and active ones. Not just to learn, but to experience, to create, solve, build, to explore and express, to lead. Because an education isn't something you get, it's something you do.
Jeff Sharon, Garrett Woolford with you here in Clearwater. 9-8 Cincinnati your score, but it's bases loaded, 1 out in the top of the 7th. And Blake Bennett, the sophomore reliever, will step in for the Tigers in a big spot. He's got to face R.J. Thompson coming right out of the pen, Garrett.
This will be his 2nd game of relief in the tournament, but Jeff, this is his 5th appearance against Cincinnati on the year. All 4 appearances previously during the regular season in relief. He's going to come away 34 1/3 innings pitched on the season, 35 hits, only 13 runs allowed. He struck out 28. He's 2-2 on the year with a 3.41 ERA.
And he has to face R.J. Thompson, who is 3 for 4 on the day with 2 singles and a double. And he's hitting .333 with the bases loaded this year. Bumped his average up above .350. He's now at .351 on the season. You got Rodriguez over at first, Motice at second, Thomas is the runner at third. Cincinnati leading by a run and looking for more. Bennett's first offering almost gets away from Santana. Good job chasing after it.
Bennett with 2 wins on the year. They came against Arkansas Little Rock and against UT Martin. Make that Arkansas State. So both wins coming in non-conference play.
What a spot right here, though, in this elimination game, facing the top hitter in the conference with the bases loaded with your season on the line. And this one's roped down the line. Foul.
That ball got down the line so quick, Grady Smith had to do a 180 and see where it dropped behind him. Be interesting to see on the replay.
Boy, was this
how close it was. Watch him do the 180. Gets out of the way.
Ooh, inches.
And what would have certainly been 1 run, maybe 2 for the Bearcats.
So 1-1 the count to R.J. Thompson. misses, and now 2-1. Bennett, 6'2", 196 from Itawamba Community College, transferred into Memphis from there. And that one misses, and now it's 3-1. And Bennett on the verge of walking in what would be a critical insurance run here in the top of the 7th. You swinging here, Garrett?
That's a great question. What does your gut tell you? Maybe working, try and get him in a little trouble.
He stares at that one, and it's ball 4, and that walks in a run as Thomas trots in for the 10th Cincinnati run of the game.
Thompson picks up yet another RBI. He's already scored twice in this ballgame, now standing on first.
And he's reached base 4 times, and that sets the table for Ryan Noda, who is 1 for 4, but recorded that hit his last time. Thomas moves up to third, Motice to second. Or correction, Thomas came in to score, Motice advanced to third. And Rodriguez stands on second. 1-0 now the count to Ryan Noda.
Just by watching the flags in right center field, the wind has shifted a little bit right now and is blowing out pretty hard through right center field, of course favoring the left-handed bat like Noda, who does have 9 home runs on the season.
We've already seen Bumpus go the opposite way for a 3-run homer. And with 1 out and the bases loaded, the 2-0 from Bennett. Foul back. Connor McVeigh is on deck.
Noda trying to improve on his start. 1 for 7 in the tournament. He's walked, and today he has an infield single.
On the other side of the ledger, Bennett has only given up 2 home runs this season. Cut on and miss, and the count square at 2-2. He may have been swinging for the fences on that one.
I told you this was the 5th appearance for Bennett against Cincinnati. 3 of those 4 appearances were scoreless in relief.
Picked up a save in one of those appearances. Two-two. Called strike 3. What a pitch by Blake Bennett, and that is a critical strikeout with the bases loaded, 2 down.
The right-hander right at the knees, finishes a little bit low, but it is the 9th strikeout of the ballgame.
Boy, just what the doctor ordered if you're Memphis. Now you have 2 outs, and the base is obviously still loaded for Connor McVeigh. That's still not easy, but certainly beats the alternative. Trailing by 1 in a game where you were up 6-1 at one point. McVeigh singled his last time. He's 1 for 4, and he swings and misses at that one.
McVeigh with the big RBI double and a run scored yesterday. Today's 1 for 1 with the single, 2 walks, and he dropped a sacrifice bunt.
That's right. Thank you for that, Garrett. Sorry about that. Oh, 0-1 the count to Connor McVeigh with the bases loaded, and that one misses. Got to remember the pressure here. Your seasons are on the line. This is an elimination game. Both teams have struggled with the bullpens this year, and certainly yesterday they did in their first games. And a big spot for both squads, with Cincinnati leading 10-8. McVeigh now ahead in the count, 2-1. 4, 5, and 6 due up in the order for Memphis in the next half an inning. Memphis hitters, by the way, today 5 of 11 with 2 out.
Bennett's last pitch just touched 91 miles an hour. He's worked between 88 and 91 since coming in relief. Second appearance in 2 days in relief in this tournament. Staring in intently to Santana. What a pressure-packed moment.
3-1 the count to Connor McVeigh. And he checks up. Did he go around? No. And another run walked in.
Fifth free pass of the ball game. He indeed holds up, and that'll force in the run and give the RBI to McVeigh, his second of the tournament.
So that's the second run walked in by Memphis in this frame. And now Jace Mercer with the bases still loaded and 2 out. He fouls that one back. Jace with a pair of RBI hits today, also has a sacrifice fly run batted in.
88 on that last offering by Bennett. Might need to pump it up a little bit more to get it by Mercer's bat.
11-8 now your score. How about that? 2 critical insurance runs for the Bearcats. Here in the top of the 7th. Pitch outside.
Mercer with 2 hits in back-to-back games in Clearwater already. A nice day RBI-wise for him.
1-1. In the air to right. Heading back for it is Carrier, and he watches it go off the top of the wall. You can start the carousel now for Cincinnati. 2 runs come in to score. 3 runs come in to score. The throw not in time. It is a bases clearing double for Jace Mercer. And Cincinnati has opened up a 14-8 lead.
This is going to make 11 unanswered runs on the 3 RBI double by Jace Mercer standing on second base, and Cincinnati has blown it open.
6 runs batted in for Jace Mercer today.
That's got to be a tournament record.
And the Bearcats are not done yet, with Eric Santiago now stepping to the plate with 2 out and a runner in scoring position. That one misses, ball 1. It was 6-1 Memphis after the first 2 innings of play. And now your score is 14-8 Cincinnati. And this one's hit in the air to center. Webb giving chase, but he will camp underneath it and make the catch. But Cincinnati pushes across 5 runs in the top of the 7th to take a 14-8 lead in this elimination game. This is the American Athletic Conference Baseball Championship on the American Digital Network.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
In a city known for doing things our way, there's a university that's driven to do the same, to blur the outdated line between academic pursuits and active ones, not just to learn, but to experience, to create, solve, build, to explore and express, to lead. Because an education isn't something you get, it's something you do.
Jeff Sharon, Garrett Wolverd with you here at the American Athletic Conference Baseball Championship in this elimination game. Cincinnati leading Memphis 14-8. And there you see the Tulane Green Wave, who are scheduled to play the UCF Knights immediately following the conclusion of this game. But we just got word while we were away that that game has been officially postponed to tomorrow at 11 a.m. So tomorrow at 11 a.m. right here on the American Digital Network, it will be the number 1 seed UCF Knights, the number 5 seed Tulane Green Wave in an elimination game on that side of the bracket. Of course, the weather is the major concern. We got some thunderstorms due to roll in here to the Clearwater area. As the first pitch to Trent Turner, the first baseman for Memphis, is fouled back. Turner homered his last time back in the fourth. He's reached base all 3 times. So kind of a tough break for UCF and Tulane as they just got here. And then they find out over the PA while we were away in between innings that they have to just go back to the hotel and hang out. Turner hits this one toward right, and it's going to fall in. That's a leadoff single for Trent Turner. He's reached base 4 times today. 3 for 4 day for Trent.
Again, third hit of the ball game. Turner kind of got sawed off there, but it's going to drop in front of Bumpus. And you were mentioning it, all dressed up and nowhere to go. UCF and Tulane headed back to the hotel there. The Green Wave are over off the left field side right now where you enter the ballpark. Little huddle up, and now they are probably heading back to their bus. 11 a.m. Eastern start tomorrow.
Alec Trela steps to the plate, the freshman from Bloomington, Illinois.
And we'll get an update on when the other 2 games that were scheduled for tomorrow might fall in line now that there's an 11 a.m. start. I believe they were scheduled for 3 and 7.
That is correct. UConn and Houston were scheduled for 3 in the winner's bracket, and USF and East Carolina scheduled for 7. And we got word that those games will indeed stay the same. So 11, 3, and 7. Busy day tomorrow. All right, here on the American Digital Network. This is laced into left field for a base hit by Trela. That could be extra bases. It goes all the way to the wall. Turner trots into third, and we have a second and third situation with nobody out.
Trela's going to rope this double down the left field line. Fat part of the bat on it, and really hit that one with some authority. Turner not able to score from first base. He'll put the brakes on at third, and now 2 on in scoring position for Schreitenthal, the senior.
Well, Memphis has not scored since the bottom of the 4th when they took an 8-3 lead. Since then, Cincinnati scored 11 unanswered runs, but Schreitenthal with a chance to break that streak. Zach is 2 for 3 today, pair of singles, and now he steps in with nobody out and second and third. On the season with runners in scoring position, Schreitenthal is hitting .392, so that's big trouble for Cam Aldred. Aldred in his 3rd inning of work. He's given up 3 hits, but no runs just yet. He struck out 3. He's done a pretty good job so far. Lefty-lefty matchup here. And Schreitenthal laces this one down the line and right. Turner comes in to score. Coming around third and scoring is Trela. It's a 2 RBI double for Zach Schreitenthal, and the Memphis Tigers are not dead yet. 3 consecutive hits, and it's now 14-10 in favor of Cincinnati.
9 doubles on the year now for Zach Schreitenthal. Cleans it up. Both men in scoring position, is able to come around. He'll stand on second base, and they've made this a much closer game. Can you believe both teams scoring in double figures now?
14 and nothing for Cincinnati. 10-11 and nothing for Memphis. And that will take us to Kyle O'Keefe, the designated hitter who replaced Andy Bowman in the lineup for the Tigers. O'Keefe struck out his last time. O'Keefe from Madison, Mississippi, and he swings at the first offering and fouls it up above the grandstand.
2 pinch hit at-bats in this tournament. He's 0 for 2. Always compelling to see seniors like Schreitenthal and Carrier and R.J. Thompson for Cincinnati come through and make a difference in a ball game in what's their final season.
O'Keefe from Hines Community College, he fouls that one off.
Well, I feel for Schreitenthal. Sorry to murder your name on a highlight, but with the last name like Walford, I'm not going to feel guilty about it.
Listen, you get a free pass from me. There's no... See some action in the Cincinnati bullpen. A.J. Coleman out there, one of the regular starters for the Bearcats. He's warming up in the pen right now with a runner on second and nobody out, and a 1-2 count to O'Keefe.
O'Keefe with just 11 hits on the season.
Waves and misses at that one, and down he goes on strikes. So for Aldred, that's strikeout number 4. And now Jason Santana will step to the plate. Chance to keep the rally going with 1 out. Santana has doubled. He's 1 for 3. And he waves at the first offering and fouls it back. Santana last season, in 43 appearances, 22 starts, he hit exactly 100. 6 of 60 at the plate. This year he's bumped his average up to 229. Facing an 0-1 here. And that one catches the inside corner. And the count now 0-2.
90 miles on the 90 miles an hour on the fastball there by Aldred, who's done a very nice job striking out batters since he came in relief back in the 5th. 4 Ks to his credit.
The 0-2 from Aldred. Fouled back. Good job by Santana staying alive. Colton Neal, the number 9 hitter in the Memphis lineup, is on deck. Well, the Tigers have gotten production from the middle of the order today. Carrier with 3 hits, Turner with 3 hits, Schreitenthal with 3 hits. $11 hits total for the Tigers, and Santana waves and misses at that one, strike 3. So after the 3 consecutive hits and 2 runs given up, Aldred has fammed the last 2 hitters. 2 out, and Schreitenthal still on second for Colton Neal.
90 miles an hour on the outside corner, tough for any right-hander to handle at the college level.
Neal has not reached base today. He is 0 for 3. And Aldred delivers the first pitch. So how about Cam Aldred here? You come in with a 6-run lead. You give 2 back and 3 batters, and then you strike out the next 2. Talk about keeping your focus. Of course, it's nice when you still have a 4-run lead after giving up 2. And this one's tapped over towards second. That's going to be a tough play in no man's land, and everybody say they throw back to third. Schreitenthal gets back in time. That was close.
Manny Rodriguez with the heads-up play at shortstop, fakes to first, fires with the momentum to third, almost got him on the tag.
Really a heads-up play by Rodriguez as we take a look at it again with the pump throw and then trying to get Schreitenthal off the bag at third. Watch this.
Here's the spin. Got our cameraman, the dive back in. Woo, just in time.
That was close. So that's an infield hit. It's the 4th hit of the inning for Memphis. And we go back to the top of the order in Tyler Webb. Runners on the corners, 2 out. And Webb, who is 0 for 3 on the day. He reached base once back in the 2nd. He was hit by a pitch. Chance to maybe punch one more across, and now Memphis trying to chip away at that Cincinnati lead.
All the runs, all the lead changes. You know, this is exactly what you want in terms of a morning game to keep people locked in here on the American Digital Network. No idea how this one's going to play out over the final 2 innings.
24 total runs, 26 total hits. And the count now 1-2 with 2 out. Runners on the corners once again. And a big spot for Webb. You want to try and keep this thing going.
Really the perfect time for Webb to get his first hit of the tournament. 0 for 7 so far. He was hit by a pitch in the second, but erased after he was caught stealing.
With 2 out, Webb is hitting .306 on the year, but .220 with runners in scoring position. The 1-2 from Aldred. That one misses low and in. Good stop by Thomas. And the count now all even at 2-2. Deuce is wild. 2 on, 2 out, 2-2 count. And that one misses outside, and the count runs full. So the runners will be going with first and third and 2 out. Left side through the hole, base hit. Schreitenthal is going to come in to score. And a clutch 2-out hit with a full count for Tyler Webb. And the lead is down to 3. It's now 14-11 Cincinnati.
The leadoff man produces a much-needed run here in the 7th, sends it through into left field. Run will come in to score, and again makes it a 3-run game late in this. That will prompt a pitching change by Coach Tom.
Well, he's been busy out here in his first game as the interim head coach, no question. We've seen 25 runs, 27 hits combined by both teams. And Memphis, who led 6-1 after 2, trailed 14-8. They've gotten 3 back in the bottom of the 7th, and we will have a new pitcher for Cincinnati when we return. This is the American Athletic Conference Baseball Championship on the American Digital Network.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
For every hero, there is an origin story. An experience that made them who they are. For a new generation of explorers, pioneers, and innovators, that experience is calling. Offering a different kind of education, one guided by distinguished professors who understand experience is the best teacher. Greatness lies beyond the classroom. This is where you start. University of Cincinnati. Do more.
In a city known for doing things our way, there's a university that's driven to do the same, to blur the outdated line between academic pursuits and active ones. Not just to learn, but to experience, to create, solve, build, to explore and express, to lead. Because an education isn't something you get, it's something you do.
Well, with the weather as bad as it's been so far and probably going to be today, hey, that's about as close to the beach as we're going to get today here in Clearwater. A couple Cincinnati fans enjoying their time out here. But their Bearcats are in a bit of a hole here. In the bottom of the 7th, we have a new pitcher for Cincinnati. And it's number 34, A.J. Coleman. The big 6'8" righty from Powell, Ohio, steps in to stop the bleeding as Memphis is pushed across 3 here in the bottom of the 7th.
Coleman, a sophomore out of Powell, Ohio, the tallest player in the tournament. You take a look at his numbers on the year. He's made 4 starts, 20 appearances overall. He's 5-7 with an ERA above 5 and 58 2/3 innings pitched. Coleman's given up 52 hits, 34 runs. All but 1 were earned. He struck out 36 in those 58 innings. Opponents are only hitting .240 against him.
Well, he has a tough spot right here. 2 out and first and second, and Brandon Grudzielanek will step to the plate. Grudzielanek has reached base twice today. He was hit by a pitch in the first. He walked in the second. He's flied out to right twice since then. And he looks at the first one for a strike. Brandon this year with runners in scoring position 312. That's above his 270 average. Went up above the 200 at bat mark with his previous appearance. And that one's in the dirt. Nice backhand by Thomas, though. Should Grudzielanek reach, then you get to the meat of the Memphis order with Carrier, who is 3 for 4 today.
Coleman's made 3 appearances on the year against Memphis, 2 in relief, and then the last one, May 7th, was a start. He went 5 innings, gave up 3 hits and 1 run, and did not factor in the decision.
Neal at second, Webb at first. Here's the 1-1. That one misses low, 2-1. With 2 out, opponents are hitting .225 against Coleman this year. First and second, 2 out. And that one misses, and it's now 3-1 to Brandon Grudzielanek. We're in the bottom of the 7th in this wild 14-11 game. You staring at this one all the way?
You're going to have to make him pitch, yeah.
Here's the 3-1, and he swings at this one and fouls it off. Full count. He should have listened to you.
How much do you think that the teams out there right now who are both playing for their seasons to continue are really letting some of the nerves get to them? I mean, Coleman's coming in here. He's got an opportunity as a sophomore to really help his team out. If you can just throw strikes, wiggle off the hook, and get out of the inning, you'll get that offense that has sparked to life over the last 4 innings back at the plate.
Payoff pitch. Outside, ball 4, bases loaded, and Chris Carrier's coming to the bat.
Chris Carrier will strut to the plate. 5 hits in this tournament, 4 of them for extra bases, including a pair of home runs.
Now Chris homered back in the first. Doubled in a run in the second, doubled in the fourth, grounded out his last time, but now he steps in with his team trailing by 3, 14-11, with 2 out here in the bottom of the 7th, but with the bases loaded.
Carrier represents the go-ahead run.
Coleman kicks and fires, and a breaking ball in there for a strike.
He's thrown a couple of off-speed pitches. That last one hit 73. He's topped out so far at 88 miles an hour.
Boy, if you're Carrier, are you sitting on that breaking ball?
Get it up into the wind through left field? Possibly.
He's done that already a couple times today. Hit the home run to deep left, hit the first double to deep left. And that one misses.
Carrier steps in. He's not quite at the very back of the box, but he is on top of the plate. They continue to pitch him away.
Two and 1 the count to Carrier. Correction, 1-1 the count, the umpire tells us.
He's a veteran in his senior season. I wouldn't make the mistake of maybe throwing a breaking ball that's left a little bit high. He could certainly go into right field with it.
1-1. Catches the outside corner, 1-2.
Fastball, 88 miles an hour again from Coleman. Again, staying outside, and that one's got some nice break back in against the right-hander. Nifty looking pitch by Coleman.
Kind of that 3/4 delivery, giving it that natural break back into the strike zone. And that's a tough pitch to handle for any hitter.
Carrier, the 9th batter of the inning for Memphis.
Bases loaded, 2 out, and the 1-2. And it's hit in the air toward right, but racing in and making the catch is A.J. Bumpus, and that ends the inning. But the Memphis Tigers scratch across 3 and cut the lead down to 14-11. Cincinnati with the advantage here in this elimination game in Clearwater.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
For every hero, there is an origin story. An experience that made them who they are. For a new generation of explorers, pioneers, and innovators, that experience is calling, offering a different kind of education, one guided by distinguished professors who understand experience is the best teacher. Greatness lies beyond the classroom. This is where you start. University of Cincinnati. Do more.
Well, our Jumbotron scoreboard is trying to hang on for dear life with all the crooked numbers we put up today. 14-11 your score. Cincinnati with the lead over Memphis. The Tigers cut the 6-run deficit in half in the previous half inning. Now down to 3, 14-11. And we have a new pitcher out there. It's Colton Neal, who moves over from left. And the lefty will take to the hill for the Tigers.
We've got a new left fielder as well in Carlos Williams, who came in, but a little bit more on Colton Neal, the sophomore. Will try and keep these Cincinnati bats as quiet as possible. Neal's got good numbers on the season, making his first appearance pitching-wise. Jeff told you earlier he made an appearance last year in the Clearwater tournament. So the sophomore trying to make his name known here in Clearwater. Boy, this is a big spot for him.
Well, what a wild game this has been. We've had 14, it's 14, 14, and 0 for Cincinnati. 11, 13, and 0 for Memphis. Cincinnati's left 6 on base. Memphis has left 7.
For Neal, 7 appearances on the year. In 9 1/3 innings pitched, he struck out 9. Opponents are only hitting .206 against him. He's 0-1.
And he will face 6, 7, 8 in the Cincinnati order to start out, as Neal faces A.J. Bumpus, who had a 3-run homer earlier today that tied the game at 8. Boy, that seems like it was about 6 hours ago. Neal delivers a strike. It's 1-1. Bumpus today, 2 for 4. He had the home run, the 3-run homer in the 5th, and he singled his last time in the 7th. And he delivers this one high and deep toward left. Williams, being tested right out of the gate, makes the catch. 1 down.
Goes the opposite field with it. That pitch a little bit low in the zone. But again, trying to elevate balls to left field, just doesn't have enough distance to it. Williams makes the out.
Looked like he may have had a little bit of trouble. Boy, that ball tends to find you when you're coming in cold, and especially on a windy day like this. Joey Thomas steps to the plate, takes a strike.
Williams got in yesterday in left field. As a pinch hitter, he went 0 for 1. Thomas, the catcher for Cincinnati, back up at the plate.
And he swings and fouls that one back. And quickly down in the count, 0-2. Colton Neal, the lefty, kicks and fires the 0-2, cut on and missed. And Santana applies the tag, strike 3. So 2 up, 2 down against Colton Neal.
Third time that Thomas has struck out today. Cincinnati looking for a little life here late in the inning. Again, keeps it low against the right-hander, swings through it, and applies the tag.
First strikeout for Colton Neal. And Kyle Motice will step to the plate. Last year, Neal on the mound was 0 for 1, or 0-1, I beg your pardon, with a 3.47 earned run average. This one is dropped softly over to second towards Atlantic Fields and fires in time. 1, 2, 3 go the Bearcats in the top of the 8th, but they still lead 14-11 with Memphis coming up here in the American Athletic Conference Baseball Championship.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
In a city known for doing things our way, there's a university that's driven to do the same, to blur the outdated line between academic pursuits and active ones. Not just to learn, but to experience, to create, solve, build, to explore and express, to lead. Because an education isn't something you get, it's something you do.
Back here at Spectrum Field in Clearwater, spring training home of the Phillies. No stranger to crowning champions here, not just with the big club, but here, the home of the American. And in this 14-11 game between Cincinnati and Memphis, yes, indeed, it is a record. This is the first time in American Athletic Conference tournament history that both teams have scored 10 runs in a game here in the tournament. What great hosts they've been. Sorry, Garrett, go ahead.
In 2015, Memphis was also in a game, this time against the University of Houston, where there were 20 combined runs. Unfortunately, Houston had 17 of them. And then, an earlier game, Memphis and Cincinnati earlier in that tournament, Memphis won 14-9. So 3 of the highest scoring games, Memphis has been involved in all of them.
We've seen 25 runs in this game, 27 hits, no errors. A.J. Coleman back out there for another inning of work.
The Cincinnati fans are saying, why'd you bring that up when we're back in the field?
Exactly. Well, they gave up 3 the last time, and that 1-2-3 inning by Colton Neal was certainly huge for the Tigers. That's the first scoreless frame for Cincinnati at the plate since the 3rd. And due up for the Tigers, heart of the order, 4, 5, 6, and Trent Turner, who's reached base all 4 times. 2-run homer back in the 4th. He's also got a pair of singles, 3 runs batted in. And he takes the ball inside. But credit to Coleman for getting that last out with Chris Carrier to close the previous frame for the Tigers at the plate. This one's roped into left and foul by about 3 feet. That was a big spot, though, with the bases loaded and Carrier up. And now you have Turner leading off. As a leadoff hitter, by the way, Trent, .418. He's got a 3-for-3 day going. And a 1-1 count. And I think he fouled that off of himself.
According to weather.com, wind gusts have been as high as 26 miles an hour today in Clearwater. Right now, just shy of 20 miles an hour. And if you look at the flags out in right center field as he fouls this one off himself, Turner still with his hands on his knees. I mean, they look like they're about to come off the flagpole.
And to give you a sense of the geography of where we are right now, the Gulf Coast of Florida runs parallel to the left field line. So the wind is blowing out to, well, I guess we'll call that left center. 1-2 to Turner. In the air toward right. Bumpus having a little trouble with it, but adjusts and makes the play.
All those tall, skinny Florida palm trees are getting quite the workout as well. And I'm sure the pitchers are not happy about having to contend with it. It has certainly helped some balls fly out of the park today to left field. Memphis will come to the plate again with Alec Trela, the shortstop, with 1 out, no one on.
Trela doubled his last time. And he takes that one for ball 1. Trela came into today hitting .263. This is start number 58. And he's ahead in the count, 2-0 now. And that one is fouled back.
Nice pitch there by Coleman. He kind of dropped down low and got a lot of movement on that. 85 miles an hour for the strike. See that long frame at 6 feet 8 inches tall.
Well, it almost looks like, when you're 6'8", as that one's fouled back, and you're coming in about 3/4 to sidearm delivery to a right-handed hitter. It's like the ball's coming at you from behind you. Trela facing a 2-2. And that one catches the outside corner, strike 3. Good pitch, froze Trela, 2 down.
3 strikeouts in relief now by Coleman. That'll bring up the left-handed hitter.
That's Zach Schreitenthal. Schreitenthal having a great day, 3 for 4. Doubled his last time, picked up an RBI and a base hit in the first. Or correction, picked up a hit in the 5th, I beg your pardon. Oh, no, that's right, he did have that hit in the first. I'm sorry. Here's the 0-1. That one misses outside. And this one's grounded over to second. Mercer. That ends the inning. 1-2-3 go the Tigers in the 8th. 14-11 your score. Cincinnati with the lead over Memphis here at the American Athletic Conference Baseball Championship.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
For every hero, there is an origin story. An experience that made them who they are. For a new generation of explorers, pioneers, and innovators, that experience is calling, offering a different kind of education, one guided by distinguished professors who understand experience as the best teacher. Greatness lies beyond the classroom. This is where you start. University of Cincinnati. Do more.
Well, it's been a busy day over at Frenchie's with that wind blowing out to left. 14-11 your score. Memphis trailing Cincinnati here in this elimination game. The Bearcats looking for their first ever win in the American Athletic Conference baseball tournament and their first tournament win of any kind since 2008. Meanwhile, head coach Darren Schoenrock hoping that he can get a little bit more out of his reliever here, Colton Neal. With his team's season on the line, Neal went 1-2-3 against Cincinnati in his previous frame, now entering his second inning of work. And facing 9-1-2 in the Cincinnati order, Manny Rodriguez leads off and takes a ball. Rodriguez walked his last time. He is 0 for 3 at the plate with 2 strikeouts. Memphis jumped out to a 6-1 lead after the first 2 innings. Both teams traded a pair of runs in the 4th. And then Cincinnati went on an 11 unanswered run rampage in the 5th, 6th, and 7th. 5 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th, 5 more in the 7th to go up 14-8. And then Memphis struck back with 3 more in the bottom of the 7th as Rodriguez fouls this one off. Carrier giving chase. Can he get there? No, not quite. But since that 7th inning, we've had 1-2-3 for Cincinnati and 1-2-3 for Memphis. And here we are in the top of the 9th, Garrett Woolford. in a 14-11 game, the highest scoring game in American Athletic Conference baseball tournament history.
Well, Memphis has had to rally a couple of times this year late to get victories, but as you would expect, most teams not very successful doing that. Memphis, when trailing after 8 innings, is 3-22 on the season. They're going to have to score 3 to extend it.
1-2 to Rodriguez is outside. And last year, we talked about it before, how Memphis, they can never seem to pull it together in the first game of the tournament. But they won 3 straight last year after losing to UConn in their first game and ending up in the loser side of the bracket. It's going to be a tall order for history to repeat itself here, down 3 in the 9th. As Rodriguez with a good at-bat here, fouling that one off. A reminder, if you were expecting to see the UCF Tulane game, that has been postponed officially until tomorrow at 11 a.m. And we will carry that for you right here on the American Digital Network. Payoff pitch to Rodriguez. It's popped up. Santana camps underneath it. That's going to be big trouble. He can't make the catch. It's a foul ball anyway.
Even with the postponement, it's still kind of a relaxed schedule for the student athletes. Even with that postponement, no one's going to have to play 2 in the same day.
That's right. Watch this ball. Watch how close this came to blowing fair on Santana. Goodness. So we'll come back and do it again, 3-2. But that just gives you an indication of the conditions we've been dealing with today with the impending rain. That's why they moved that game. That's why they moved basically an entire day of the schedule here in Clearwater. And this one's fouled back again.
Be interesting to see what Cincinnati does in the field in the 9th inning to close out Memphis. David Orndorff started yesterday, threw 70 pitches, and went 4+ innings. He has 7 saves to lead the Bearcats on the year. And we're seeing another opportunity. The only other 2 guys on the team with saves, Cam Aldred, he's already out of the game, and Reese Robinson, who has 1 save. So will they stay with A.J. Coleman to keep their season alive?
Rodriguez waves and misses. Down he goes on strikes. Second strikeout for Colton Neal, and he's put down 4 in a row.
This will be the 11th punch-out of the ball game for Cincinnati. A couple of key spots where they haven't been able to come through. That'll flip the lineup over.
R.J. Thompson now steps to the plate. Just another day for R.J. 3 hits, including a double. And he also walked in a run in the 7th, his last time up. Takes a strike from Neal here. Swings and taps this one to Schreitenthal at third. Plenty of time. 2 down.
That snaps a streak for Thompson of being on base. 4 at-bats in a row. And now Ryan Noda scheduled to come to the plate.
Not the best day for Noda today. He has struck out 3 times. Did pick up a hit in the 6th.
This will be the 6th at-bat of the day for Noda. Left-hander stands in.
Neal catches the outside corner with that one. We've seen 25 runs, 27 hits, and no errors combined. And this one's fouled back. Will it blow back fair? Schreitenthal's going to give it a look, and he makes a great catch. Zach Schreitenthal right in front of the Memphis dugout. Caps off a 1-2-3 inning. Last chance for the Memphis Tigers. We go to the bottom of the 9th with Cincinnati leading 14-11 in this elimination game in the American Athletic Conference Baseball Championship on the American Digital Network.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
In a city known for doing things our way, there's a university that's driven to do the same, to blur the outdated line between academic pursuits and active ones, not just to learn, but to experience, to create, solve, build, to explore and express, to lead. Because an education isn't something you get, it's something you do.
Rally time for the Memphis Tigers. Last ups down 3, 14-11. We head to the bottom of the ninth. Jeff Sharon, Garrett Woolvard here with you in this elimination game. And A.J. Coleman will step back out there on the hill for Cincinnati. Memphis trying to recapture some of that magic from last year where they won 3 in a row in elimination situations. But they have a tall order here against A.J. Coleman, who has 2 saves on the year, Garrett.
Pun intended?
Exactly.
He has a save against Miami back on March 16th, and then in April he had one against Wright State. Pitched an inning of relief, scoreless, hitless, 2 saves on the year. It'll be up to the 6'8" right-hander to preserve Cincinnati's season. This is a pretty talented part of Memphis lineup that he's going to have to work through.
Yeah. And it looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter to lead off for the Tigers. It's 7, 8, and 9, the bottom of the order due up for Memphis. And stepping to the plate will be Carlos Williams. So not a pinch hitter, I beg your pardon. He came in as a defensive substitution when Colton Neal came in from left to pitch. Williams, a 6-foot-tall, 201-pound redshirt junior from Covington High School in Covington, Tennessee. This is his 44th appearance. Comes in hitting .213 on the year, 16 of 75 at the plate. He does have 13 runs batted in and 1 home run. And quickly, Williams ahead in the count, 2-0. We do have some action in the Cincinnati bullpen just in case with Coleman out there. Got into some trouble in the last frame. Or rather, 1, 2, 3 in the last frame, I beg your pardon. But pitched them out of trouble in the frame before. 2-1 the count to Carlos Williams. And he taps that one foul, and looks like Thomas might be a little shaken up.
Thomas still down on one knee as he's being attended to by the athletic trainer, and he's in some pain.
Yeah, he's pretty upset too. You see him hobble. I mean, that's just a bad break if the way Williams fouled that one off.
Don't know if the center field cam would be the best angle. Let's take a look.
Oh, right off the top of that left knee.
Oh. On a fastball as well, and really no time to react to that.
Exactly. It's just a case of, when you're a catcher out there, the nicks and bumps and bruises that you catch on a daily basis, it's amazing stuff like that doesn't happen more often.
Well, if Cincinnati can advance here and hold on to this 3-run lead, he'll have a day to get well. The Bearcats would have Thursday off if weather doesn't further impact this tournament. And then on Friday, they would play against the winner's bracket loser.
And there you see Ted Tom, the interim head coach, getting the okay from his catcher. And check out the Memphis bullpen. You want to talk about some rally caps? There you go.
How do they have that many guys still in the pen after all the pitchers we've seen? I want to know that. Again, just 3 times in 25 games have the Tigers been able to rally back from a 8th inning or later deficit.
So Williams will stand in 2-2. And the pitch from Coleman. He waits on that one, but grounds it to short. Rodriguez, 1 down.
So smooth by Rodriguez. Been impressed with him from what I've seen this season, and the junior has a bright future. That'll bring up a pinch hitter.
And stepping to the plate for the Tigers is number 27, Nick Vaggi. 6'2", 221 from Savage, Minnesota, Prior Lake High School graduate. And he takes the place of Jason Santana in the lineup.
Left-handed bat, but he's only hitting .151 on the year. 8 hits and 53 plate appearances.
That one catches the inside corner, strike one. So Santana's day is done. He had a double back in the third. And then this one is fouled back, so quickly down 0-2 in the count.
See if Vogie can take advantage of that size. 6'2", 221. He's a redshirt freshman. And again, wind blowing out hard through right field.
Vogie 196 on base. That one skips in front of him. Just to give you some of the offensive numbers today, with runners on, Memphis is 9 of 19 at the plate, 474 average. Cincinnati, 9 of 20.
All you can do is chuckle.
1-2, fouled back, just barely got a piece of it. Colton Neal, the number 9 hitter in the Memphis lineup, who's also right now the pitcher, is on deck. And that one's tapped back, so Vogie's staying alive.
I'll admit it, before the NCAA altered their bats, you saw a lot more games like this. I think back to the '98 championship game at Omaha, 21-14 your final score, and Southern Cal gets the title. I mean, you must have had guys with ERAs at like 7.5 that were good pitchers.
That were right within where you want to be at that point when you're giving up 21 runs in a game. That one misses outside. Good eye by Vogie. This will be our last game of the day here in Clearwater. Tomorrow we pick it up once again at 11 a.m. with UCF and Tulane. 2-2, misses low, full count.
Freshman Reese Robinson, number 24, warming in the pen. He is a right-hander for Cincinnati and does have one save on the year. They've also got a southpaw up. We've already seen him.
Coleman with the payoff pitch, and that's fouled off.
TJ Perez, who got in yesterday in relief.
Sorry, Gary. I was going to say, what an at-bat by Vogie right now. With one out, nobody on. You're down 3. And you're trying to get someone on so you can at least have a shot at the top of the order. And he takes ball 4. So Vogie trots down to first with one out. And the number 9 hitter, Colton Neal, stepping to the plate. Reach base for the first time in his previous at-bat. Looks like we're going to have a pinch runner coming in for the Tigers as well.
That'll be 42, Sam Nozica, freshman.
Backup catcher, 5'9", 167. So if the game does extend into extra innings, he can come in and get behind the plate.
I love the thought by Coach Schoenrock because Colton Neal has been so good. He's set down 7 in a row pitching. Keep him in the lineup. Give him a chance. Still looking for an extra base hit maybe. Get something cooking with a runner on.
Well, the tying run is on deck in the person of your number 1 hitter in the lineup. First pitch to Neal's in there for a strike. And you've got a righty-lefty matchup right now, too. Wind is still blowing out, and now it's starting to pick up because that storm is headed our way. Double play is in play for Cincinnati. And with the middle infielders at that depth, if you're Neal, you could squeeze one if you get around on it down the right side. They're holding Nozica at first, and this one is over to the right side and through. Nozica's going to stop at second. It's first and second and one out, and we go back to the top of the Memphis lineup. So a walk and a hit with one out. And Tyler Webb will step to the plate.
Let's watch the pitcher help himself out. Neal pulls this to the right side. It'll get into shallow right field. And now Darren Schoenrock's going to call time, bring his third base coach over, and everybody's going to discuss what's going to happen. This will be the 6th at-bat of the game for Tyler Webb, your leadoff hitter.
And Ted Tom will step out to the mound as well to speak with his infield and his pitcher. Mentioned Coach Tom, the interim head coach for Cincinnati, looking for his first victory with the resignation of Ty Neal officially coming yesterday afternoon. Neal did not make the trip for the Bearcats. Now, even though Ted Tom is a 2004 graduate of Shawnee State, he is an experienced head coach there, D2 NAIA program, right along the Ohio River between Huntington and Cincinnati.
This is a spot where Cincinnati has excelled all year. When leading after 8 innings, they are 20-0, perfect in the field.
They got a first and second with 1 out, and Tyler Webb at the plate. Webb with runners on 297 this year. He's bumped his average up to 303. Singled and picked up an RBI in the 7th. It was hit by a pitch in the 2nd. Those are the only 2 times he reached base today. And he is ahead in the count now, 2-0. Nazika is the runner at second. Neal is at first. And Webb takes a strike.
I think Nazika's got pretty good speed. In limited appearances this year, mostly as a pinch runner, he has scored 9 runs and appeared in just 14 games.
Tying run at the plate in the person of Tyler Webb, the righty, with the wind blowing out. Two-1. That one misses outside. And the count now 3-1.
All right, do you gamble here against a guy who's now in his 3rd inning of relief? You've got a hitter's count coming 3-1. You think you're going to see a strike, let him swing away, and have both guys in motion?
Yeah, in this situation, I'm going to make him throw me a strike.
With the season on the line.
Mm-hmm. I still have one more strike to play with here. And he swings and hits this one high and deep to center field. Thompson comes over, looks up. He can't get it. It's off the wall. That's going to be big trouble. And we're going to have a holdup on the base paths. No one's going to score. How about that? It's going to be bases loaded and nobody out, but it's a loud single. So a base running error for Memphis. They probably should have been able to get at least 1 out of that.
I think they're showing a little bit of respect to the senior captain, Thompson, and his ability to track down this ball. And it just sailed on him all the way. He goes into the wall very hard and is just gotten back up now. But again, the runner on second isn't able to score, only advances to 3rd.
But now, if you're Memphis, this is the situation you might want with Brandon Grudzelanek, the senior, coming to the plate with 1 out and the bases loaded. But head coach Ted Tom has seen quite enough with 1 out, and he will step out to the mound and go get his pitcher. We will have a new pitcher here for Cincinnati coming up to try and finish this thing off with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th and the bases loaded. And it will be JT Perez coming out of the pen for the Bearcats. So we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, the drama continues here in Clearwater in the bottom of the 9th. This is the American Digital Network.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
For every hero, there is an origin story. An experience that made them who they are. For a new generation of explorers, pioneers, and innovators, that experience is calling. Offering a different kind of education, one guided by distinguished professors who understand experience is the best teacher. Greatness lies beyond the classroom. This is where you start. University of Cincinnati. Do more.
In a city known for doing things our way, there's a university that's driven to do the same, to blur the outdated line between academic pursuits and active ones, not just to learn, but to experience, to create, solve, build, to explore and express, to lead. Because an education isn't something you get, it's something you do.
14-11, your score here in the bottom of the ninth with one out, but Memphis has the bases loaded. The Tigers are not dead yet. Jeff Sharon, Garrett Wilbur with you. We got a new pitcher on the hill for Cincinnati, and it's JT Perez coming on to try and lock this thing up for the Bearcats.
Perez, good size, 6'4", 215. He's a junior, making his second appearance already in this tournament. Yesterday's game, he went 3 innings of relief, threw 43 pitches. He allowed 3 hits, 5 runs, only 1 was earned. His ERA crept up to 4.41. This will be, he's normally a starter for them. This will be his 6th relief appearance of the season.
Lefty from Orrville, Ohio, steps in with Brandon Grudzielanek stepping to the plate with the bases loaded. And Memphis here in the bottom of the ninth, trailing by 3. Grudzielanek, .444 this year with the bases jammed. He's reached base 3 times, but not recorded a hit. He was hit by a pitch and scored in the first, walked in the second and scored, and then walked his last time up in the 7th. And the first pitch to him is outside. Grudzielanek, the nephew of Mark Grudzielanek, longtime major league utility guy. Senior here in a big spot. He represents the winning run here in the bottom of the ninth. And that one's outside. They're staying away from him.
You'll remember Grudzielanek went opposite field home run in his first at-bat in this conference tournament yesterday. He is 0 for 5 at the plate since, though he has reached via a couple of base on balls and a hit by pitch.
He's heading the count 2-0, and he misses outside 3-0. And look who's on deck, Chris Carrier. He stares at that one and takes a strike. He knew that was coming.
I think he's going to look this one all the way into mid as well.
25 combined runs in this game, 29 combined hits. 1 out and the bases loaded for Brandon Grudzielanek. The 3-1 foul back, and now we've got a full count.
Perez dialed that one back a little. 84 miles an hour on the gun. And now if you're Grudzielanek, you really got to protect here.
And it looked like Grudzielanek was out in front of it, tried to hold up on that one, and was able to foul it off to stay alive. But a payoff pitch coming. Nazika at third, Neal at second, Webb at first. Good speed on the base paths for the Tigers. The 3-2. Foul back again. This is an elimination game. Winner moves on to Friday. The loser heads home. Cincinnati looking for their first tournament win of any kind since 2008. Payoff pitch. Foul back again. Grudzielanek staying alive.
Perez came in yesterday in relief of David Orndorff, and again 5 runs came across, but some errors in the ball game by the Bearcats. Uncharacteristic errors led to the Huskies scoring 4 in the 7th, 4 in the 8th. Trying to stave off elimination here.
Another payoff pitch from Perez. Left side through the hole, base hit. Nazika's going to come in to score. Neal's rounding third. He's going to come in to score. It's a 1-run game. The 16th hit of the game for the Tigers comes on a full count pitch with 1 out. And Brandon Grudzielanek keeps his season and his baseball career at Memphis alive.
The senior slaps one through the left side and hit it hard, too. Elevated in the zone, drives it in. 2 runs will come across, and that makes it a 1-run game.
And now, Chris Carrier, all-conference selection, one of the best hitters that this conference has seen this year, will step to the plate with the tying run in scoring position. It's first and second, 1 out in a 1-run game. Carrier today homered in the first, a 2-run homer. An RBI double in the second, doubled again in the fourth. Has not reached base since, so 3 for 5. But he could knock in the tying run here and tie this thing up with a base hit. 1 out, first and second. Perez misses outside.
Carrier, a Memphis native with 27 career home runs, including 2 in this tournament already. JT Perez, the lefty, might want to try and stay outside to the big man.
With runners in scoring position, Carrier hitting .327 on the year. He swings and lines this one through the left field, base hit. Webb's rounding third. He's going to come in and score, beating the throw. We got a tie game. We are all square at 14 apiece in the bottom of the 9th. Oh, mercy.
You see the bullpen, the hugs of joy. We brought it back even, and Chris Carrier, with his 6th hit of the tournament, ties everything up. Very aggressive base running by the Tigers. They knew that might be their last best shot. Comes across in front of the throw, knotted up at 14 apiece.
And now Trent Turner steps to the plate with 1 out and the winning run on third. Turner has singled twice and homered. He's got 3 RBIs on the day. He's reached base 4 times. .324 hitter with runners in scoring position. He can win the game here with a sacrifice if need be. Infield is in for Cincinnati. Runner goes from first, no throw, no need to. It doesn't really matter. Oh, and 1 the count to Trent Turner. A 3 for 4 day today. He can win it for Memphis here. And he pops it up. Let's see if it stays on the infield. Thomas underneath it gives way. That's a tough play, and coming in from third is McVeigh. Boy, that was a tough play with the wind, Garrett.
Good that he had his third baseman backing him up. Nice play by McVeigh to come in, make the run 90 feet to the plate. He knew the ball was going to get blown back with that big jet current that had brought it back. See, Thomas thinks he has a beat on it, and there's McVeigh to back him up on the plate.
So that takes the sacrifice out of play. 2 out, runners on second and third now for Alec Trela. Trela today 1 for 4, doubled in the 7th. He can win it for Memphis here. Fouls that one off, 0-1.
Trela 1 for 8 in this tournament, still looking for his first RBI.
What a ball game we've had here in Clearwater, boy. Holy moly. The 0-1. Did he hold up? No, he did not.
And the reason why, 78 miles an hour on the breaking ball by Perez. Does a great job of giving him the fastball and then follows it up with the breaking ball. Hard not to pull the trigger there.
Home plate umpire Asa Howard.
It was close.
Yeah, it was. 0-2 now the count. Pitch. Left side, it will be fielded at short. Rodriguez, the throw on in time to end the inning. But the Memphis Tigers push 3 across to tie it. We got free baseball here at Clearwater. The highest scoring game in conference tournament history is not over yet. 14-all as we go to extras.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
For every hero, there is an origin story. An experience that made them who they are. For a new generation of explorers, pioneers, and innovators, that experience is calling. Offering a different kind of education, one guided by distinguished professors who understand experience as the best teacher. Greatness lies beyond the classroom. This is where you start. University of Cincinnati. Do more.
What a ball game here in Clearwater. Jeff Sharon, Garrett Wolverd with you here at on the American Digital Network. This elimination game, these teams refuse to die. Cincinnati and Memphis combining for a tournament record 28 combined runs, 31 combined hits, and we're going to extra innings. We are not done yet.
You know, maybe 14 all. You know, no, we're not at the Liberty Bowl. No, we're not at Nippert Stadium. This is baseball in Clearwater.
Well, Colton Neal now will step to the plate. Or rather, he goes back there on the hill, beg your pardon. Connor McVeigh will step to the plate for Cincinnati. McVeigh has walked 3 times today and has scored each time. Also reached on a single back in the 3rd. Colton Neal out there for Memphis. On the hill, starts his 3rd inning of work. The lefty has not given up a hit yet. Misses outside with that one. It's 2-0. A reminder, this is our final game of the day, whenever it ends. Tulane and UCF push back to tomorrow at 11 a.m. This one's hit high in the air. Going back for it is Webb, backing up to the track and making the catch. Boy, the wind was carrying that one as well.
Just a long, loud out there for McVeigh, and the third baseman will trot back to the dugout. Let's see how well the track and field was there by Tyler Webb. Makes the catch with a little room to spare.
Jace Mercer now steps to the plate. He is 3 for 4 today. 6 runs batted in. He's got a double and 2 singles.
Colton Neal's been so good in relief. Couple of strikeouts, 3 fly balls, 2 groundouts. Just nothing for Cincinnati to adjust on.
And a good pitch right there. Fooled Mercer in the count.
Took a little something off of it. 81 miles an hour by Neal.
And now the count 1-1. Neal delivers. That one's outside.
Really bright future for Neal. Still just a sophomore, Tennessee native. You have a guy that can swing the bat and throw it a little bit as a lefty.
He's been outstanding in this game so far. This one's hit high in the air to deep left field. Underneath it, Williams makes the catch. 2 down now. And let's take a peek at the Tiger bullpen.
Pair of left-handers getting warm, including Taylor Bobo and Hunter Smith.
Neal's first delivery to Eric Santiago is over toward third. Schreitenthal sidearms. Nice play by Turner to snag it. And that ends the inning. 1, 2, 3 go the Bearcats in the top of the 10th. We're still tied at 14 up here at the American Athletic Conference Baseball Championships in Clearwater.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
In a city known for doing things our way, there's a university that's driven to do the same, to blur the outdated line between academic pursuits and active ones. Not just to learn, but to experience, to create, solve, build, to explore and express, to lead. Because an education isn't something you get, it's something you do.
Bottom 10 we go here in Clearwater. Jeff Sharon, Garrett Wolverd with you. We're all square at 14 apiece in this elimination game between Memphis and Cincinnati. Reese Robinson, the freshman righty, is the new pitcher for Cincinnati.
Robinson out there on the hill with good size. He's making his 15th appearance of the year. All but one have been in relief. In 30 innings pitched, he's given up 29 hits, 12 earned runs, struck out 17. And opponents are hitting .261 against Robinson. His numbers on the year: 1 win, 1 loss, and a 3.6 ERA.
You know, I'd like to see a challenge between the Cincinnati baseball team and the Cincinnati basketball team, because here's another tall drink of water. 6'8", 228 from Dayton, Ohio. Went to Centerville High School. And, of course, now that we're in extra innings, the concern becomes the weather here in Clearwater, as we are expecting a big storm system to come our way this afternoon. But in the meantime, we got free baseball here in extra innings. Zach Schreitenthal will lead off for Memphis. Zach's got 3 hits on the day, a double, 2 singles. He's knocked in 3. And the first pitch from Reese Robinson misses, ball 1.
6th pitcher of the ball game for the Cincinnati Bearcats.
Schreitenthal takes that one quickly. It's 1-1.
We've certainly seen some tall pitchers over the years in Clearwater that have dominated. Andrew Barbosa, 6'8" for USF. Charlie Law, 6'10" for Rutgers.
And this one's hit in the air to left. Santiago ranging over and backing up slightly to field it, 1 down.
Coleman did a very nice job for Cincinnati in relief. Ran into a little bit of trouble, and Robinson's done what they've asked him to do so far. Gets the fly ball out.
This will bring up Carlos Williams in the 8th spot of the order. Williams grounded out his first time. Pinch hit for Andy O'Keefe, who pinch hit for Andy Bowman. 1-0 misses low, and it's 2-0. So we saw Memphis cough up a 5-run lead. Then we saw Cincinnati cough up a 6-run lead in this game, and that's where we stand. 14-14 in the 10th. And Williams takes a strike.
Williams got in the regular season 3 games against Cincinnati, went 0 for 4, and was also a pinch runner.
He's been productive for the Tigers in his relatively few opportunities. 76 at bats. He's got 16 hits, but he scored 15 times and knocked in 13. 3-1. Misses low, ball 4. So Carlos Williams draws a walk, and he represents the winning run with 1 away. And now stepping to the plate for Memphis is Sam Nazika, who pinch ran for Vogie after Vogie got on in the previous frame. And he takes a strike. Nazika hitting .211 on the year, but only 4 of 19 coming in. 0-1. Good stop by Thomas, trying to keep the winning run out of scoring position. (14-14 for Cincinnati. 14-17 for Memphis.
Just rolls off the tongue.
Talk about crooked numbers. Good thing we got the digital scoreboard. And this one gets away, and Williams will advance to second. And the winning run is in scoring position with 1 out.
Reese Robinson on the hill. And this one hops the plate. Not much of a chance there. Thomas can't corral it.
And now a big spot for Nazika with a winning run on second, and he's ahead in the count 2-1 with one out. Colton Neal is on deck, and they're going to pitch to him. And that one's high and in, 3-1. At this point, do you wonder if you just walk him anyway to set up the double play?
There's a chance. For Nazika, not a lot of experience. You mentioned it, just 4 hits and 19 at-bats. He only has 1 hit this entire month. It came in out-of-conference play against Murray State. He does not have a hit in American action this season. And a change will be made by the head coach of Cincinnati, acting for Ty Neal. This is Coach Tom, and he'll bring an arm out of the bullpen. That's the end of the day for Reese Robinson.
So the situation as we move along here in the bottom of the 10th, Memphis with the winning run on second and 1 out. And Nazika at the plate. And a 3-1 count. We will have a look at the new pitcher for Cincinnati when we return. This is the American Athletic Conference Baseball Championship on the American Digital Network.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
For every hero, there is an origin story. An experience that made them who they are. For a new generation of explorers, pioneers, and innovators, that experience is calling, offering a different kind of education, one guided by distinguished professors who understand experience is the best teacher. Greatness lies beyond the classroom. This is where you start. University of Cincinnati. Do more.
Jeff Sharon, Garrett Woolford here with you here in the bottom of the 10th. 14 all your score, but Memphis with a chance to win it here. And, boy, what can you say with all these crooked numbers that we've seen in this ball game, Garrett? And Memphis finally with a chance to win it here, but, you know, the chances, you know, we've seen this before. We saw Cincinnati blow a lead. We saw Memphis blow a lead earlier. Boy, what a game we've had so far.
A lot of runs in it. It'll be the 7th pitcher of the ball game coming in, Doug Lowe the second. But for more, let's go down on the field with Haley.
Yeah, guys, we've been watching for this radar all game long, and apparently the storm is definitely coming, as we know, but we're surrounded right now by showers, and the storm's supposed to hit the stadium around 1 o'clock, so just kind of hoping to keep things moving and talking to some people on the conference staff. They're saying once the rain starts, it's going to be pretty tough to keep this game going, and we may have to pick it up tomorrow, but they're going to have to do everything they can to get it in today, guys.
Well, right now it's 12:52 Eastern Time. And if they're expecting the showers to start happening at about 1, well, here's your chance, Memphis. Carlos Williams is the runner on second. And, Garrett, we have a new pitcher out there for Cincinnati to try and keep this thing going. It's Doug Lowe the second.
He's only got 6 appearances on the year, all in relief, no wins and losses, and an ERA over 13. He's pitched just 3 1/3 innings in all of 2017, given up 4 hits, 5 runs. They were all earned, struck out 2. And given up 2 home runs in 3 innings.
And he comes in with a 3-1 count to Sam Nazika, and he delivers a strike on the first pitch. There's 1 out, and Williams with very good speed at second. So the count now runs full to the Memphis catcher. And he chops this one left side, fielded over at third. Nice play, throwing on in time is McVeigh. And Colton Neal will now step to the plate with 2 out.
Well, 1 relief pitcher against another coming up with Neal versus Lowe. And this pitch comes across, and that's an easy throw over to first base.
So Neal in the 9 spot. 2 for 5 on the day, but he has gotten base hits each of his last 2 occasions at the plate. 2 out and the winning run on second, and he takes the ball.
In Doug Lowe's 6 appearances, only 1 came in American play. That was at Houston 2 weeks ago. He threw 1 inning of relief, 2 hits, 1 run, and did not factor in the decision.
And Neal waves at that one. 1-1 the count.
Still just a redshirt sophomore. Let's take another look at this offering to Neal, the lefty. Breaking ball, and he swung right in front of it.
Tyler Webb is on deck should Neal reach and extend the game. Here's the 1-1. Up the middle. Will it get through? Yes, it will. Williams coming around third, and he will score and win the game for the Tigers. Colton Neal with a walk-off single, and the Memphis Tigers knock out Cincinnati in a wild 15-14 10-inning marathon.
The sophomore reliever for the Memphis Tigers comes through. Colton Neal gets the barrel of the bat out on it. Couple of chops through the infield into center field, and that'll bring Williams scoring home from second base. Cincinnati blows their first lead in the 8th inning all year, and the Tigers' season continues here in Clearwater.
What a ball game here. The highest scoring game in American Athletic Conference tournament history. And we will have the wrap here from Clearwater in a moment. The Tigers move on here in Clearwater.
We are American. The conference of opportunity. The opportunity to chase dreams. The opportunity to make your mark and change the game. Because that's power. We are power.
For every hero, there is an origin story. An experience that made them who they are. For a new generation of explorers, pioneers, and innovators, that experience is calling. Offering a different kind of education, one guided by distinguished professors who understand experience is the best teacher. Greatness lies beyond the classroom. This is where you start. University of Cincinnati. Do more.
In a city known for doing things our way, there's a university that's driven to do the same, to blur the outdated line between academic pursuits and active ones. Not just to learn, but to experience, to create, solve, build, to explore and express, to lead. Because an education isn't something you get, it's something you do.
Well, what a ball game here in Clearwater. Jeff Sharon, Garrett Wolford with you as the Memphis Tigers in 10 innings knock out the Cincinnati Bearcats in the highest scoring game in American Athletic Conference Baseball Championship history. And Haley Otten is down on the field with a couple of the heroes for the Tigers.
Well, it's a good thing the Tigers just wrapped this one up. The rain is starting to fall. I'm joined by an extra Tiger here. We have Colton Neal and Chris Carrier. I'll start with you, Chris. What a week it's been for you here in the tournament, especially as a senior. What are you feeling here in Clearwater this week?
This is awesome. It's a beautiful place, it's a beautiful environment, and there's a great teammates to be around, great coaches, and it's awesome.
Now, you guys had the lead in that game and had to ultimately be on the other end of that fighting back there at the end. But talk about how your team was able to persevere. I mean, take this one into extra innings. How'd you guys do it?
Man, we just fight. I love how our team fights like that. We're so resilient and just love to fight back.
All right, thanks a lot. Colton, the game-winning hit and the winning pitcher pretty much sealed up the deal in both regards. What was going through your mind as you walked up to the plate, knowing that this rain is coming and that you had a chance to just end this one so you guys stay a couple extra days?
Yeah, love it here in Clearwater, but I was just saying a prayer, man. I was saying a prayer that I could have the courage to come up there and get the big hit.
After you got that big hit, it looked like a pretty fun celebration. What was going through your mind in that moment? What was going on there with your teammates?
I was just feeling dangerous, you know. The Memphis Tigers are dangerous. You need to watch out for us.
Fair enough. We'll go stay dry. Wear the storm. We'll see you out here on Friday. Enjoy your day off.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Haley, and congratulations once again to the Tigers. They advanced to 30-28 on the season. Cincinnati drops to 28-30 in a game where we saw Memphis blow a 5-run lead. Cincinnati blew a 6-run lead. We go to extra innings, and what a game we have had. Let's go back down to Haley with more. Haley?
I'm now joined by Coach Stonerot. Coach, wow, what a game this was. I mean, you guys are not only battling the weather out here and the pressure of that, but to hold the lead and then find yourselves down there in the end and to take this one into extra innings. I mean, how much did your team just continue to fight during this one?
Well, we've been like that all year. We've had opportunity after opportunity to come back, and I think this team has come from behind 6 or 7 times during the year. And we're built that way offensively. If we can get to the right part of the order, we can do damage. Now, today the damage was done at the bottom of the part of the order in the crunch time moment, and that was just moving a couple balls and drawing a key walk. Bogey draws a key walk, but a lot of fight by this team, and that's something we have to do. I mean, we're a little bit thin in the bullpen, and we have to win the game offensively, and we did that today.
Chris Carrier is having quite the week here so far. It's been pretty fun to watch him out here. But as a senior, how happy are you that he's been able to perform this way?
It's been unbelievable. Ever since conference play started, he really started clicking, and he's got a lot of at-bats under his belt. He's a phenomenal worker, and he doesn't mind having the team on his shoulders right now, and he's getting swings off, and he's carrying us right now, no question.
Well, Chris had left his mark in this game. I would say Colton Neal is ultimately able to be the winning pitcher and seal the winning hit in this one. How did you guys kind of coach him heading up to the plate there in the end?
Well, just look for something away. You know, he's going to try to work away. Doesn't want to hit you. Try to do anything big. It doesn't need, once we got to second base, once Carlos got to second, we don't need a home run. We don't need a double. We just need you to move a ball, and he gave us a great at-bat.
All right, well, you guys live to see another day. We'll see you out here on Friday. Stay dry, and good luck in the storm, Coach.
Thank you. Good very good tournament.
Thank you.
Thanks, Haley. Now you can go take cover. What a wild game here in Clearwater. 15-14 the final. Memphis with the win. They move on to Friday. They will play at 11 a.m. Don't forget, our next game will take place tomorrow at 11 a.m. UCF against Tulane, another elimination game here in Clearwater at the American Athletic Conference Baseball Championship. For Garrett Woolward and our entire crew with the American Digital Network, I'm Jeff Sharon saying thank you so much for watching and so long. Memphis wins and moves on here in Clearwater.